Well, good evening, everyone. Today is October 2nd, believe it or not, 2025. This is the regular session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, full Board of Commissioners meeting. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, and some are also on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phone at this time. When not speaking, this is obviously to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that if you're allowed to speak, that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, and also your city of residence. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. Also, when you speak, make sure that you speak at an audible level so that your comments can be captured for record by our clerk. We do have a code of conduct and expectations for decorum in this chamber. And just a reminder that disruptive comments and behavior are expressly prohibited, and any acts of disorderly conduct can lead to your removal from these chambers. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns,
Here.
Ramirez,
Here.
Hill,
Here.
Kane,
Here.
Lopez,
Here.
Stites, Davis, Bynum,
Here.
Burrows,
Here.
Townsend. We have an absence memo. Garner.
Here. Okay. Tonight, our invocation is going to be given. I'd ask everybody to please stand. Chaplain Annie Erickson of the Grandview Park Presbyterian Church. She's also one of our chaplains with the Fire and Police Chaplains here in Kansas City, Kansas. And after the prayer, it'll be immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you bow your heads, please? Almighty God, thank you for everyone here before me, Mayor Garner, the commissioners, county administrator, and other government officials, and for the concerned citizens sitting here behind me tonight. In a time when there is so much wrong with the world, may what happens in these chambers be an example of something that is right in the world. A place where people work together for the good of the community, where respectful discourse takes place, and where we seek first to understand before making judgments. Bless each one here with perseverance and a spirit of unity as we all work for the benefit of Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which has one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you, Chaplain Erickson. We appreciate your prayer. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there was an agenda update issued. Again, public comment regarding the camping issue, which is item 8.2 on the agenda, will be heard under community input, which is at the beginning of the agenda. There will be no further comment when we reach that item at the agenda. Those are all the changes.
Thank you, Clerk. That takes us to the mayor's agenda, and we have several items. The first item is our Dot Proud recognitions. Again, the Dot Proud recognition is really to recognize individuals that really have made a profound positive impact here in Kansas City, Kansas, be it businesses, be it individuals, be it organizations. And so we want to take time to recognize those individuals who really have done great and impactful things in Wyandotte County and beyond in a lot of cases. And it is Hispanic Heritage Month. And so we are taking the time to make sure that we do recognize the Hispanics and Latinos in our community that have done great things, contributing to the betterment of Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County, representing our community, not just within Wyandotte County, but also outside of Wyandotte County. And a lot of these individuals and organizations have given back in ways that sometimes is overlooked. But we want to take notice and take a pause to make sure that we recognize the strength and the value that the Latino population plays here in Kansas City, Kansas. They are, you've heard me say before, the largest minority in Kansas City, Kansas. And there are projections from some experts that within the next 20, 25 years, they will be the overwhelming majority here in Kansas City, Kansas. And they can continue to contribute to everything positive and good in making Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County a great and safe place to live, to work, and to raise a family. So we're going to champion some of those icons tonight, and I'll ask my Chief of Staff, Irene Cadillo, to come forward, and she will make the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, and County Administrator Irene Caudillo, Office of the Mayor. So as we close out celebrating individuals, organizations, and businesses during Hispanic Heritage Month, tonight we honor a final group of incredible Latinos who have made a long-lasting impact in our community. With them, we will have celebrated 21 individuals and groups this month, each with a unique story and a deep commitment to service, leadership, culture, and progress. Each of them represents something so powerful. It's that everyday excellence that surrounds us. There are so many more that we could have and probably maybe should have honored, whose contributions are just as meaningful. But this really has never been just about recognition. It's about reflection. Hispanic Heritage Month gives us space to celebrate the rich history, resilience, and diversity within the Latino community. It's a time to honor our roots, acknowledge our contributions, and embrace the bright future we're shaping together right here in Wyandotte County. The month officially runs through October 15th, but I want to carry this appreciation beyond the calendar. Let's make honoring and uplifting our Latino community a year-round commitment, because our stories, our work, and our heritage deserve more than 30 days. So thank you to our honorees and to all of you for supporting this celebration. And we'll start with our first honoree this evening. Our first honoree is Mike Aguirre. Now, Mike Aguirre's life embodies service, leadership, and a deep love for Wyandotte County. He is someone who has poured his heart into making a difference in his own neighborhood. Born and raised in the Argentine community of Kansas City, Kansas, where he still proudly lives today, Mike is a devoted father of three who channels his energy to both his family and his community. He coaches youth sports, organizes events that create safe spaces for kids, and pushes back against violence in our neighborhoods. Mike's journey towards activism was sparked on what began as an ordinary afternoon. Around 3 p.m., just as students were leaving school, gunfire rang out nearby. His children were frightened, and in that moment, Mike realized more had to be done. So from that day forward, he committed himself to action, leading community walks against violence, organizing summer basketball camps, and hosting boxing expeditions to give youth positive outlets. In 2023, Mike took his commitment even further by entering the political arena. He ran in the Kansas City, Kansas primary for District 3, offering proposals on affordable housing, youth programs, and stronger community partnerships. His campaign demonstrated his willingness to not only advocate for change, but to lead it. For his passion and perseverance, Mike Aguirre is a shining example of what it means to give back to where you come from. Please join me in honoring Micah Gary as a Dot Proud recognition honoree. Martin Cervantes has called Wyandotte County home for 23 years after relocating from Los Angeles to raise his family and build a life centered on service. Guided by faith and a commitment to youth, Martin has become an advocate and mentor for students across our community. In his role as coordinator of mentoring with the USD 500, Martin works every day to help students build resilience, develop leadership, and succeed beyond the classroom. Driven by his passion for reaching at-risk youth, he founded Low Riding to Success, a unique court-referred program that teaches teens life skills, including conflict resolution, problem solving, and accountability through bicycle building and repair. Students in this program earn custom bike parts by meeting personal goals. And those who complete the program graduate with a fully built lowrider bike of their own. Along with his wife, Jalinda, Martin also co-founded Wyandotte Angels, a grassroots group that began during the pandemic and continues to provide food, clothing, hygiene items, and essentials to individuals and families in need. Since its launch, Wyandotte Angels has served thousands of people and built a strong community network of generosity and support. Both Low Riding to Success and Wyandotte Angels have earned state recognition, including proclamations from the state of Kansas for their impact here in Wyandotte County. Martin's dedication has earned the respect and recognition of local organizations, media, and civic leaders for the lasting difference he continues to make in the lives of young people and families. For his vision, compassion, and service to our community, please join me in honoring Martin Cervantes as a Dot Proud honoree. Now we actually honor the family and legacy of Juan Gutierrez Hernandez, a man whose journey to Kansas City, Kansas embodies the spirit of work and community dedication. Arriving in the Argentine neighborhood from Jalisco, Mexico, in search of opportunity, Juan worked tirelessly, holding down 2 jobs until he was able to purchase land at 8th and Garnett and build a home for his wife and children. It was in 1956, raising the funds and following the process, his wife and 9 children joined him here in Kansas City, Kansas, where his children began their education. When he lost his job at a meat packing plant, Juan didn't lose hope. With determination and an entrepreneurial spirit, he used his severance check to open his first restaurant at 13th and Strong in 1964. As the business grew, it expanded to a buffet-style restaurant, and the community embraced that vision. I don't know about all of you, but I sure did. And they moved to 14th and South 26th Street, serving thousands of loyal customers. In 1974, The family took a bold step forward, purchasing and transforming a 50,000 square foot building into the Jalisco Center at 5000 State Avenue. Much of the construction was actually completed by Juan and his son Jesus, or as many of us know him, Chewy. And the second Jalisco's restaurant, still in operations today, became the heart of that property. Their father passed away in 1996, and his wife followed in 2014. Though the original Argentine location closed in 2012, their legacy lives on. Chuy, Javier, and Fidelia continued operations at the State Avenue location, and when Javier passed away, Fidelia's husband Hank stepped in to keep the family tradition alive. Their legacy is not just about nourishment through food for our community, but through generosity and dedication. The family gave and continues to give back generously, renovating the altars at the church, donating their time, and consistently supporting causes in our community. Please welcome Chuy Hernandez, Fidelia Hernandez Chamberlain, and Hank Chamberlain for the contributions and legacy, and join me in honoring Jalisco's as a DOT proud honoree. Father Peter Jaramillo was born and raised in Topeka, Kansas. He entered religious life at a young age, completing his undergrad studies at Rockhurst University and seminary formation at Seton Hall Immaculate Conception Seminary School of Theology. Father Peter has faithfully served as a Catholic priest for over 44 years. Rooted in his calling to pastoral ministry, community outreach, and service to others. As a member of the Prior of the Society of St. Augustine, he shepherds congregations in multicultural settings, most notably pastor at St. Mary's, St. Anthony's Parish, and All Saints Church in downtown Kansas City, Kansas. He serves a vibrant and diverse Hispanic community and actively promotes bilingual worship, cultural inclusion, and community building across racial and ethnic lines. His ministry extends way beyond the walls of the parish. Father Jaramillo is a retired chaplain colonel in the Kansas Army National Guard, having served 21 years in uniform from 2015 to 2018, he was appointed Joint Force Headquarters State Chaplain for Kansas. His military decorations include the Legion of Merit, Army Commendation Medal, and numerous other honors recognizing his leadership and dedication. Even further, Father Peter has been a visible and steady partner in civic and social causes, participating in, of course, our mayor's prayer breakfast, supporting local law enforcement, fire and sheriff departments, and advocating for immigrant and social justice concerns. For his lifetime of faith, service, leadership, and dedication to both spiritual and civic communities, Please join me in honoring Father Peter Hadamiu as a doc.
I just want to say thank you to the commissioners, to the board, to the mayor, to all the people of Wyandotte County for the kindness and remembering all of us for the good things that people are doing in this community, and just for the blessings that you all have for us as well. God bless and Godspeed.
I might be missing, but I think we were supposed to have a representative from Spanish Gardens, and I think they were unable to be here, but I want to tell their story as well. Because Spanish Gardens is really a beloved, family-owned Mexican food business with deep roots in Kansas City, Kansas. It was founded in 1950 by Luis Silva, a native of Mexico. The business began as a small restaurant in the Argentine neighborhood featuring cherished family recipes, most notably their taco sauce, that quickly became a local favorite. Now, if you haven't tried the taco sauce, I'm gonna tell you, you're missing out. But as the demand grew, Spanish Gardens transitioned from a restaurant to actually food manufacturing, opening a 20,000 square foot facility near 23rd in Metropolitan in 1968. Following Mr. Silva's passing, his three daughters actually carried on his legacy, growing the company into a woman and minority-owned business and now led by a third-generation Silva family, Mr. Andrew Miller, who is the grandson of the founder. And he currently serves as president, carrying forward the family's legacy of quality and community connection. Now, what's interesting today about Spanish Gardens is that it's also Guy's Snacks. So when you think about Spanish Gardens and Guy's Snacks, those are two beloved Kansas City, Kansas brands, and they share more than just local pride. Because in 2018, Andrew Miller acquired Guy's Snacks, bringing together the two iconic names right here in Wyandotte County. Spanish Gardens, known for its taco sauce and tortillas, and Guy's, famous for its potato chips and snack foods, now represents a unique local legacy of family-owned businesses that continue to serve generations in the Midwest. For over 50 years, Spanish Gardens has been a community staple in Argentine neighborhood. No, not just for its authentic products, but also for its strong commitment to the people and culture of Wyandotte County. Now, despite a fire in February of 2024 that heavily damaged their longtime factory, the family has reaffirmed their commitment to rebuild and keep the business in its historic home of Kansas City, Kansas, and promises to come back stronger than ever. So for their dedication of heritage, family, and the Wyandotte County community, we're honoring Spanish Gardens as our Dot Proud honoree. Our last, but definitely not least, is Roger Villanueva. He is a proud graduate of Friends University and earned both a master's in management information systems and a bachelor's in human resources, and he graduated with honors. He's also a graduate of the FBI National Academy and the Kansas Police Administrators Seminar. Breaking barriers in Wyandotte County law enforcement, he became the first Latino deputy chief of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department during a distinguished 32-year career. The first. Definitely another first. We appreciate you for that. He oversaw major divisions, including the Criminal Investigation Bureau and Executive Office, helping guide the department's strategic priorities and community policing efforts. After retiring from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department in 2010, Roger continued his public service as an investigator for the Wyandotte County District Attorney's Office from 2012 to 2023, extending his commitment to justice and accountability. Beyond his service in uniform, Roger dedicated nearly 2 decades from 2000 to 2019 to educating future law enforcement professionals as an adjunct instructor at the Kansas City, Kansas Community College, teaching courses in criminal justice, interviewing, report writing, and terrorism. He also served on the Kansas Crime Victims Compensation Board and the Wyandotte Community Corrections Advisory Board, helping to shape fair and effective justice policies. In 2017, he was honored with a Lifetime Membership Award from the National Latino Police Officers Association, recognizing his leadership, his mentorship, and advocacy for diversity in law enforcement. For his decades of service, leadership, and commitment to public safety, please join me in honoring Roger Villanueva as a DOT Proud honoree. The two red lodges and the
I just, I, I just want to say thank you very much. I really enjoyed my career here at the city and the police department. Thank you.
Clerk, I believe you had something. Thank you. And again, congratulations to all the honorees tonight. That takes us to, we have several proclamations that'll be read. And the first one is one that's really special to Wyandotte County. And I'll have our clerk read that in its entirety, please.
Proclamation. Whereas Junius George Groves, born into slavery on April 12, 1859, in Greene County, Kentucky, defied the bonds of oppression and arriving in Edwardsville, Kansas in 1879 with less than $1 to his name, rose to become one of the most successful and influential farmers, landowners, and businessmen of his generation. And whereas through tireless agricultural innovation, Groves transformed sharecrop plots into a large-scale enterprise. From his first 80-acre purchase in Wyandotte County in the early 1880s, he went on to accumulate more than 500 acres with diversified operations including potatoes, orchards, vineyards, cattle, and other crops. And whereas Groves invested in his community, founding Pleasant Hill Baptist Church in 1886, establishing Grove Center, selling land to African Americans, building homes, including his notable 22-room brick mansion in Edwardsville, with modern amenities and employing dozens of laborers. And whereas in 1902, he achieved a record potato yield, 721,500 bushels in a single year, earning him the title Potato King of the World. And the Union Pacific Railroad built a stop near his property to facilitate shipping of his produce. And whereas with business ventures extending beyond farming to include banking, general merchandising, mining interests, and a casket and embalming company, Groves created economic opportunities and programs that uplifted African Americans. And whereas his legacy of perseverance, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and dedication to advancing equality endures through his descendants, historical recognition, street dedications, and educational remembrance. And whereas in tribute to his contributions and legacy, the first annual Edwardsville Potato Festival on October 4, 2025, featuring tater tot themed fun, a Spuds Lounge with live music, a variety of attractions and vendors, and a fireworks finale, will celebrate the spirit and impact of Junius George Groves. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 4, 2025 as Junius George Groves Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
This is a group effort, and so Edwardsville Public School System, Tom Alonso, Jack and Jill, and the Bonner Springs NAACP all work together to get this proclamation. Thank you. I've been instructed to talk a little bit about how important this proclamation is. There are relatives that this proclamation will be presenting this after the actual potato festival to living ancestors of Junius Groves. There are books that have been created that Edwardsville Public School System reads to their children. It's part of their curriculum. And I hope that all of you will read that children's book to your children. Jack and Jill teens helped create this proclamation, and a lot went into this. It's a huge collaboration. And when the Edwardsville school system reached out for NAACP to help them with this,
we got into action to make sure this happens. Jack and Jill will be at the festival creating a lemonade stand. So definitely come and participate with the lemonade stand. 1/3 of those proceeds goes to Alex Lemonade in support of cancer research. Thank you so much.
For anybody that wants to know, that festival is October 4th in Edwardsville at their community center from 12 to 8 o'clock, right here in the great county of Wyandotte. So we're proud to have this recognition and being able to recognize the good work of an icon, not just here locally in Wyandotte County and Edwardsville, but throughout this nation. Mr. Groves has been recognized for the value and the impact he's made. And so again, thank you for that festival being taking place. I know Mayor Kahar has been front and center with that, helping to get that information out. And so I'm excited about that festival coming here to Wyandotte County. Clerk, I believe we have some more proclamations. If you can read those abbreviated versions.
Proclamation. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 5, 2025 as a Dominique Experience Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 4, 2025 as the 107th NAACP Kansas City, Kansas branch in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you, Clerk. And that takes us to our next item, which is one of the things that I committed to when I became mayor was to make sure that any resident that wanted to have a voice, that wanted to either compliment or present concerns to administration, to staff members as well, more importantly, to your elected body, to bring forward those compliments and to be concise and to bring forward any concerns or complaints with recommendations that hopefully can help this body and our staff here at the Unified Government better serve you. And so that commitment remains, and I call it open mic, but really it's a community input. It's an opportunity that I hope continues long after I'm gone, where residents can speak and have a voice that can be heard by their elected body here at the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm going to turn this portion over to our clerk, and she will run the meeting from here. Just make sure we do have a lot of folks that want to speak tonight. So we're going to have to really be tight on your 3 minutes. And when I say tight, be respectful of everyone else's time, because there are other people that do want to speak. And I know you don't get to say a lot in 3 minutes, but there are so many people that like to speak and have so much to say. We just have to respect so we can get on with the business of this unified government. But I didn't want anyone to miss this opportunity, to have an opportunity, again, to speak to your elected officials and to your staff members here. So again, please be respectful of our time here in these chambers. Be respectful of other residents and stakeholders that also want to express their viewpoints, and then be respectful of those viewpoints in this chamber. Whether you agree, disagree, be respectful. Everybody has a viewpoint and a stance on the issues. And no matter where you stand on the issues, we are still one united Wyandotte County. And that's what really matters to all of us. We may disagree, but the goal is for us to come together and find common ground. Part of that starts with respect. Respect for ourselves, respect for one another, and more importantly, respect for what this chamber represents, which is not just a unified government, but a unified community. Clerk, if you would run the meeting from here.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with the comments that have been submitted. If you have submitted comments and you are here in chambers, you prefer to speak in person, please let me know. Your comments will not be read, or if I do read your comments, you will not be allowed then to speak in person. With that, I'll start with the comments. The first one is from Scott Hardy. Scott Hardy of Wyandotte County property tax protesters. As I stated many times, the staff and planning and administrator are not providing all the information when commissioners vote on the agendas that are brought before them to vote on. Solution, have the commissioners actually sign a finished copy of the agreement contract. From now on, if the administrator, developers, financial officers won't give the line item of cost and where the money is going, the solution, vote no on everything. First, in the contract agreement, 20% goes to pay down debt and property tax relief for citizens. If there is no benefit to taxpayers with development, developers, bonds, tax incentives, star bonds, RBI, and all free land, the solution, vote no. Quit giving bonus to unified government employees for doing their job. $75,000 bonus is crazy. Line item, who was paid, checks for all departments. Solution, stop it. Checks to all the nonprofits, line item, and who's affiliated with the nonprofit. Solution, stop all payments until the bare essentials of the city is fixed. Mayor Tyrone Garner, new mayor, first day order, forensic audit, cut waste and corruption in all departments and entities. The solution, fire the department heads that won't do their jobs. License department, put in place day and night shift and Saturday shift. Parking meters, we pay for the streets, it should be free parking. Casino and apartments get free parking. Why shouldn't taxpayers get free parking? Comment from Betty Schuler. I agree with Scott Harding. Carrie McCarthy. My name is Carrie McCarthy, KCK resident. I am once again bringing forward concerns as it relates to the Homefield CID and additional star bond money. I have asked numerous times if the commissioners have seen how the first star bond and CID was spent and have not received a clear answer. Maybe my questions weren't clear, so here they are in a concise manner. Which elected officials, state and local, went on a trip to Augusta Golf Tournament, and who funded this trip? Why are we paying PAR 72 LLC $172,000 a month? What backup documentation has provided for these costs? PAR 72 LLC has had its business license revoked by the state of Florida due to annual reports. The company in Florida is licensed to the developer as Homefield. This is also the same developer that was involved in Prairie Fire when it defaulted on star bonds. How was that paid off? Are we sure it won't happen here? What revenue has been brought in by Homefield? Total dollar amount? Why do you continue to revise development agreements? The initial agreement should stand and amendments should be minimal, but have become the norm for this commission. Stop fast-tracking these amendments. The commissioners need sufficient time to review. Procrastination should not warrant an emergency. Fast-tracking most items that go before the standing committee. Commissioners need to stop the games. The rescinding of votes leading to new votes must stop. This proves the game and is an insult to the very people that elected you. Commissioners need to show up in person to vote. Attending by Zoom is unacceptable for an elected official and shows your further disregard for your constituents. Why don't all of you who want to vote yes on more money for Homefield put your houses up as collateral to help offset any failure? If it is a success, you lose nothing. If it fails, you become homeless and are subject to the very law you just passed against homelessness. To the people of Wyandotte County, who are some of the hardest working people I've had the pleasure of meeting, you got this. Keep after them and hold every elected official accountable to their decisions. Do not accept blame to be placed on previous administrations. Make them own this. To the commissioners, each and every one of you have had your hand in the failure of Wyandotte County and the increasing number of people losing their homes. You have rendered people homeless with your deals, trips, and wasteful spending. Commissioner Lopez, you have proven your alliance to the people, and your praises should be sung far more often. To Mayor Garner, you gave the people their voices back and provided much-needed transparency. That is a huge win for the great people of Wyandotte County. Thank you for your service. From Kelly Moran. We at Crosslines are deeply concerned by the proposal to adopt an ordinance that would ban unlawful camping in Wyandotte County. While the intention behind such a measure may be to address visible homelessness, a punitive approach does nothing to resolve the underlying cause, nor does it help our neighbors who are already living without stable shelter. Here's why this kind of ordinance fails, though its purpose is to help. Criminalization doesn't equal resolution. Prohibiting where someone can rest or sleep does not offer them housing, jobs, or access to medical care. All it does is push people into more hidden, unsafe places, disrupting fragile support networks. Displacement causes more harm. When encampments are cleared without alternate options, residents lose their possessions, shelter, and stability. This often forces them into danger or further instability. The real solution is investment in services. What is needed instead are comprehensive, well-funded interventions, affordable housing, permanent supportive housing models, wraparound case management, mental health and addiction recovery services, employment support, and accessible crisis response teams. Voices from the community must be heard. People who have experienced or are currently experiencing homelessness must have a seat at the table. Any policy that affects their lives should be shaped with their input rather than being decided solely by enforcement logic. At Crosslines, we are committed to solutions that restore dignity, build pathways out of homelessness, and ensure that every person has a safe place to rest. We urge our civic leaders to reject punitive ordinances in favor of policies that invest in affordable housing, supports the people themselves. If your heart is with those struggling every day, we invite you to join us in advocating for the real lasting change. Affordable housing, permanent shelter, meals, wraparound support, and community programs are what make a difference, not bans. From Andrian Lyons Marks. My name is Andrian Lyons Marks, and I have lived in Strawberry Hill for the last 17 years. As your constituent, I implore you to oppose the public camping ordinance introduced recently by Tom Burrows. I know firsthand that people camping, AKA living on the streets, are not a major nuisance. I regularly walk past people's campsites on my walks to Caw Point and have never once had an issue. Criminalizing public camping, however, will cause unnecessary strife in the lives of my neighbors who are already under extreme stress and struggling to survive. If you ban camping on public property, people don't just disappear, they move. And if they can't move to public property, what's the alternative? Private property. And if there's no private property, like a homeless shelter operated by a nonprofit or faith-based organization, the private property they move to might just be your business entrance, your loading dock, your parking lot, your backyard. Give people living on the streets the freedom they need to find the safest possible place to lay their head, and support community organizations like Friends of Yates, Kim Wilson Housing, Crosslines, and the Wyandotte Behavioral Health to continue their longstanding work in assisting them. When monetary resources are tight at the UG, I ask you as my elected officials to collaborate with other municipalities and regional efforts to end homelessness like the Continuum of Care, MacLink, and Casey Tenants. Identify private philanthropic and government grants to fund humane solutions. Go to the people most negatively affected, in this case, people living on the streets, and listen to what they need. Stay open-minded and think creatively rather than assuming that criminalizing people's survival is the only option. Lastly, when the police are mobilized against homeless people, it is not only traumatizes everyone involved, but it costs money, time, and resources. Numerous studies have shown the monetary cost to local communities and municipalities when homeless residents are forced to constantly move or go into the courts and jail. Housing, not handcuffs. Oppose the public camping ordinance. From Grace Lamberton. My name is Grace Lamberton, and I am a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. I grew up here in Kansas City, Kansas, and I love this community with my whole heart. Growing up in Wyandotte, my neighbors and community instilled in me a deep sense of personal responsibility and civic contribution, lessons about showing up for one another, especially in times of need. That's why it's so painful and shameful to see an ordinance like this even being suggested. We are facing a housing crisis in Wyandotte County. Every day, we witness the consequences of years of systemic inequities, underinvestment in affordable housing, and barriers that make stability harder and harder to achieve. The answer to these challenges cannot be to criminalize our neighbors for being poor or unhoused. It is not only inhumane, it is ineffective. We know that housing first models work. We've seen the data, we've seen the outcomes, we've seen the transformation in communities that choose compassion and evidence over punishment. So why would we knowingly choose the unethical solution, one we already know does not work? If this is a matter of values, and those values do not reflect compassion, equity, or human life, then at least do the fiscally responsible thing. Do not waste taxpayer money cycling people through the criminal justice system in a way that will never solve the problem. This ordinance will not promote public health or safety. It will only create more trauma, more costs, and more barriers for those already struggling. Criminalizing someone for not having a home when there aren't even enough affordable housing options isn't just misguided, it's deeply unjust. It punishes people for circumstances that our systems have failed to fix. I urge this commission to reject this ordinance and instead invest in housing first strategies, supportive services, and community partnerships that restore dignity and stability, not punitive measures that dehumanize and re-traumatize. We can and must do better. Housing is a humane right, and Wyandotte County is better than this. Thank you. Michael Kelly, Mayor Garner and members of the Board of Commissioners. I am writing to ask you to reject the proposed ordinance related to unlawful camping. This legislation goes against conventional wisdom about addressing houselessness while also failing to address the problems identified in this ordinance. Initially, this ordinance goes against the conventional wisdom for how we should address houselessness. I spent 2 different stints working at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, one in the Office of Field Policy and Management, and one in the Office of Community Planning and Development. Staff, advocates, and researchers have come to the same conclusion for years now. If you want to end houselessness, you need to house people. Telling folks they can't camp somewhere when they have nowhere else to go fails our unhoused neighbors when they need us most. Additionally, this ordinance fails to address the underlying issues that supportedly prompted this ordinance to be addressed in the first place. There are multiple issues, but I'll focus on sanitary elements and bodily fluids. Houseless people, like all of us, need to use the restroom. When there's no place that allows them to conduct a normal life-sustaining activity, they are forced to do it out in the open. This robs the unhoused person of dignity while also creating a less sanitary environment for everyone. If we're trying to create a more sanitary Wyandotte, why not explore the installation of public restrooms? Such an approach would not only give dignity to houseless folks, it would help the broader public as well. We need solutions like this that address the root problem and make Wyandotte safer and better for everyone. The proposed ordinance fails to address this. In conclusion, I ask all of you to reject this ordinance. It won't make Wyandotte safer or healthier. It will continue to rob unhoused people of dignity rather than restore the elements that caused them to fail into houselessness in the first place. Wyandotte deserves a better approach in addressing the problem. Sure. Matthew Kleinman, Kansas City, Kansas. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, I am writing to oppose the ordinance on unlawful camping that would make it a crime to sleep outside in Wyandotte County. This law does not solve homelessness. It only punishes people for surviving when they have no home and nowhere else to go. I want to acknowledge that the concerns raised by residents and businesses are real. Encampments are visible and people are understandably frustrated. But a knee-jerk reaction that rushes through an ordinance will not fix the problem. It will cost taxpayers money, strain our police, and make it harder for people to get back on their feet. Kansas law enforcement leaders themselves have said enforcement is not the answer. As Wichita's police chief put it, I'm not quite sure what good it would do to issue a homeless person a citation they can't pay. Enforcement is not the answer. Arresting someone without housing costs taxpayers thousands with no lasting result. As you all know, that is money we cannot afford to waste. We also know that the desire for this ordinance comes from the Cicero Institute, created by a Palantir co-founder, has pushed for these laws nationwide, including here in Kansas. Their intent is not to end homelessness, but to create a market for their surveillance technology while threatening communities with the risk of losing federal housing dollars. The Kansas legislature listened to housing advocates and refused to pass a similar bill in 2023. Wyandotte County should follow their lead. Criminalizing poverty has never solved homelessness. If we want fewer people on the streets, we need to invest in housing first. Stronger mental health services, supportive programs, and critically, a permanent year-round shelter here in Wyandotte County. Those steps are proven to reduce homelessness, improve public safety, save lives, and save taxpayers' money. Scripture reminds us it is not our call to share our bread with the hungry. Let me start that again. Is it not our call to share our bread with the hungry and to provide shelter for the wanderer? In that same spirit, I believe Wyandotte County can do great things if we work together to solve the issue with the right people at the table, those with the expertise and capacity to make solutions to homelessness real. Mayor Garner, I want to thank you for your continued commitment to public engagement. I invite the commission to honor that spirit by pressing pause on this ordinance and holding a series of community forums over the next couple of months. That would give service providers, faith leaders, and people directly impacted a chance to share their experience and to help shape solutions. We can take action that is thoughtful, inclusive, and fiscally responsible rather than ramming through an ordinance that divides our community and drains our resources. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no, or at the very least, delay this vote until real community engagement has taken place. Respectfully, Matt Kleinman. For Marcus Wynn, Kansas City, Kansas. Commissioners, my name is Marcus Wynn. I'm a resident of District 2. Many of you know me from my past work here in Wyandotte County, whether through community events, local advocacy, or neighborhood meetings. But what you likely don't know is that I spent 2009 and 2010 working full-time for AmeriCorps in a homeless service center on the south side of Chicago. That experience was hard and taught me a great deal about how and why people experience homelessness and what does and does not work in seeking to address it. I want to start by acknowledging that I believe we all share common ground. We all want safe, clean, and welcoming public spaces. No one should settle for a status quo. And I believe the intent behind this ordinance comes from a desire to address real and legitimate concerns about public order and safety. However, based on both my personal experience and the evidence from communities across the country, I am convinced that this ordinance is not the right solution, but in fact would do real harm at a high cost to taxpayers. While I respect the effort to respond to public concerns, we must recognize that criminalizing homelessness, as this ordinance does not solve homelessness. Instead, this ordinance would make it harder for people to get the help they need and divert resources away from proven solutions like shelter, housing, and outreach. But rather than simply say vote no, I am asking you to consider a different path. Vote no and seize the moment as an opportunity to say yes to a more inclusive and holistic approach. This is not about rejection, but opening up a more responsible civic conversation. You, as our elected officials, have an opportunity to show real leadership that champions compassionate and effective solutions, embodies our best values. This does not need to be dead end, but an important milestone on the way to better policy. Let us come together as a community to create a plan that addresses homelessness at its roots through housing, services, and outreach that is more efficient and responsible use of tax money. This is the pathway to a safer, healthier, more affordable community for all of us. From Beth Mercer, Kansas City, Kansas. I am opposed to this ordinance. Unhoused people should not be treated as criminals simply because they have no indoor place to sleep. We need real solutions that support the unhoused with dignity. Don't waste our tax dollars on imprisonment rather than housing. Thank you. Corey Stites, Kansas City, Kansas. My name is Corey Stites, and I am opposed to this ordinance. I am deeply disappointed that Wyandotte County leaders are considering the proposed unlawful camping ordinance, particularly without sufficient public input. Being unhoused is a result of economic strife and is a situation that requires creative solutions and thoughtful public policy and investment, not criminalization. In a community that has not made such investments, moving to criminalize public camping is cruel and short-sighted. Adding criminal charges and fines to the lives of those who are already facing the hardships of being unhoused only makes the uphill battle of becoming housed that much more difficult. I urge you to vote against this ordinance. It is true that encampments create trash and health risk, most of all for those living there. To address that, I do not want to see our community consider the needs of unhoused residents, including I do want to see our community consider the needs of unhoused residents, including a year-round overnight shelter, more supportive services, transitional housing, more subsidized housing, and affordable housing. This is how our community will show care and become stronger, healthier, and safer, not by criminalizing those who are suffering homelessness. From Emily DeVore, Kansas City, Kansas. The camping ban is a thinly veiled attempt to criminalize homelessness. This ban is not in the interest of our vulnerability population. Further, these types of bans do not address the root cause that perpetuate the issue of homelessness. From Rhiannon Moore, Kansas City, Kansas. I oppose the addition of Section 22-130 unlawful camping due to the policy of private citizens' lawful activities on private property. Section 22-130C calls for immediate removal of persons and their personal property without prior notice if they are located within 20 feet of any doorway located on public or private property, or within 500 feet of any playground equipment, whether such playground equipment is located on public or private property. This indicates that a family allowing a child to tent camp in a backyard would be in violation. It is not uncommon for homeowners to host visitors who prefer to stay in their RV or camper, which would not be allowed if there is a playground in the backyard or the parking area is within 20 feet of a door. If a homeowner's guest falls asleep in a hammock on the front porch, they could potentially be in violation. Further, it calls for outlawing camping within 500 feet of any playground equipment, school, or childcare facility, and within 500 feet of any public or private swimming pool or public or private golf course, which imposes additional policing on property owners living within 500 feet of these facilities who purchased the property without knowing they were subject to stricter ordinances or that they can and can't do outdoors. Section 22-130D does not state that written permission supersedes these arbitrary distances on private property. It is possible that this could be led to petty conflicts between neighbors escalating to police involvement or law enforcement officers using these provisions to harass citizens. From Annie Furman, Kansas City, Kansas. Please vote no on this ordinance. Criminalizing homelessness doesn't solve it. It just shuffles people around, clogs up our jails and courts, and destroys the very thing people need to survive, like IDs and medications. Instead, we need to invest in solutions that work: emergency shelter, supportive housing, case management, and sanitation. Communities across the country have proven these approaches reduce homelessness and save money. Please vote no. Brianna Ross, Kansas City, Missouri. I am opposed to this item. I am 19 years old and have experienced homelessness firsthand. I have met people on the streets. Not all of them are homeless due to drugs. It is often not the case at all. Most of the time, it's they don't have identification to get a job or have mental health issues. Instead of criminalizing homelessness, you should create more support, like different housing opportunities and mental health resources. It maddens me that people who have nothing are now being criminalized in the image that was your kid laying on the street. If the system didn't fail, Americans wouldn't suffer. I was in foster care. A lot of the people who age out end up homeless, in jail, or incarcerated, sometimes even dead. So instead of taking away support for people, you should create more. I know there is a couple shelters in KC, but there isn't enough beds or space for the homeless community. Create more shelters, help people rather than criminalize them, because that could be you, that could be your kid or your grandparents. Mayor, those are all the comments that the clerk's office received. We do have a list of names of people who've asked to speak.
Or you can go ahead and call those folks.
Our first speaker is Jessica Smith. Rachel Russell is on deck. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and residence.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Smith. I live in Wyandotte County, Turner specifically. Good evening. I appreciate the time to speak to you this evening. I am the McKinney-Vento liaison for USD 500. McKinney-Vento is the federal act that ensures unhoused students can stay at their school of origin once they become unhoused. As I was preparing what I wanted to say this evening, I thought about making sure to say we have over 250 families and unaccompanied youth that have qualified for McKinney-Vento since July 14th. 28 of those families were either in transitional housing, shelter, or hotel at the time of intake. 6 of those families slept in a place not fit for humans. I thought about telling you about the family who came to see me yesterday, the mom fighting back tears as she had no idea where her and her 5 children were going to stay the night. Or I thought about the family of 4 I got a call about a few weeks ago who were sleeping outside in a tent. Or the family whose little girl ran across 7th Street back to her family's tent with a blanket wrapped around her. I could also tell you about the teenage boys I got a call about a few years ago that were camping outside of Price Chopper. I took them some snacks, blankets, and some socks. Oddly enough, I had worked with their mom a few years prior. But then I remember seeing the invitation that invited me to open mic to share as a community member. It said I needed to know exactly what I wanted to speak about and have a solution. It was funny once I thought about it, because I thought that we elected you all for the solutions. I thought as a community, we should bring our problems to you and you should assist us with the solution. Not that as a community, we presented the problem and also had the solution. While public safety is extremely important, we as a community should develop solutions and not condemn the people who are within our community. This ordinance will cause the families that I spoke of more trauma. The families that are already in such a horrible place, now the children will see their parents get arrested, causing more trauma, to place them into a DCF foster system that is already incredibly broken.
1 minute remaining.
Daily, I have families and I have to say to them, I'm sorry, I have no immediate help. I'm sorry, this is the very best I can do. But instead of helping them, you all choose to create a way for them to become criminals. The solution is to speak to us, those of us who have feet on the ground every single day. The families who have lived through this and who are living through this. Create a safe space for them. The ordinance is absolutely not the answer. Our families and children cannot be swept under the rug and forgotten.
Our next speaker is Rachel Russell. Amber Bauer on deck.
All right, good evening. My name is Rachel Russell, and I am here today to respectfully urge you to vote no on the proposed unlawful camping ordinance. Research and court rulings have consistently shown that enforcement-focused approaches, ticketing, arresting, and incarceration do not resolve homelessness. In fact, they often make it worse. Decades of data demonstrate a simple but critical truth. Housing ends homelessness. When people are provided with stable housing and supportive services, they are far more likely to regain employment, address health challenges, and reintegrate into the community. By contrast, criminalizing homelessness without housing only increases barriers to stability, prolongs the cycle of homelessness, and drives up public costs through repeated use of police, courts, and jails. Our community has been clear about the solutions we want to see. Affordable housing development, expanded mental health and substance use treatment, and a year-round low-barrier shelters. These strategies are evidence-based, cost-effective, and sustainable. Punitive measures, on the other hand, do nothing to address the root causes of homelessness. You want solutions? Earlier this year, I came before you to ask that you increase the budget to 33%. That's why I'm asking again for you to support a healthy 33% and increase our community service budget to at least 33%. This is how we ensure people have access to healthcare, housing support, and mental health services, as well as safe transit and walkable streets. These basic needs are foundational to a healthy community. Solutions like this improve our community, not handcuffs or tickets. I also want to raise a serious concern about process. The mayor prides himself on community engagement, yet
1
this
minute
item
remaining.
was not discussed amongst the task force. This item was brought to a committee agenda, and while in my email, I noted my appreciation for the interdepartmental conversation, there was no community input, and there was no community input from those closest to the issue. Today's process for giving community comment, also, if you didn't know, was changed just hours before. So community that thought they could show up on item 8 now had to show up at the beginning of the meeting. But this is community engagement. Meanwhile, within the last week, this community has rallied to show up and tell you clearly that this is not what we want. And I have to ask, because I wouldn't be me if I didn't ask, what is our plan for supporting people experiencing homelessness this winter? Or will that be a last-minute fire as well? That is our most urgent need right now, not this harmful bill. Tonight, you can decide to stand with the community and vote no, or you can send this ordinance back to the committee so we can have a collaborative conversation about what we can do to support our communities most vulnerable.
Our next speaker is Amber Bauer. Nehemiah Rosal on deck.
Amber Bauer, Independence, Missouri. Mayor Garner, Commissioners, thank you for letting us speak tonight. As the lead agency for the 604 Continuum of Care, which coordinates our region's collective response to homelessness, we write to express strong opposition to the proposed ordinance that would criminalize homelessness by making it unlawful to sleep outdoors when no shelter is available. Wyandotte County currently has no year-round emergency shelter capacity and has historically relied only on short-term, last-minute cold weather plans. This reality leaves many residents with nowhere to turn. And yet this ordinance would penalize them for surviving under circumstances they did not choose. Criminalization will not resolve homelessness, it will deepen the crisis. Fines, criminal charges, and jail time create lasting barriers to housing and employment. People risk losing jobs, medical appointments, connection with case managers, and even their personal documents and medication. These are the very things that help make progress towards stability. Punishing people for being unhoused only makes the path to housing longer and more difficult. The data we have underscores the urgency. In the most recent point in time count, 115 individuals were living outdoors in Wyandotte County, with another 57 staying in the cold weather shelter. If this ordinance passes, there are no alternative spaces for them to go. Without investment in shelter and housing infrastructure, this law would only force people from one public place to another while increasing strain on our courts and our already overcrowded jail system. Those living unsheltered are not outsiders. Those living in unsheltered are not outsiders. They are Wyandotte County residents and every single one of your neighbors. It is both ineffective and immoral to criminalize them for experiencing homelessness when our community has yet to provide sufficient shelter, affordable housing, even supportive services. Passing this ordinance without solutions does not solve homelessness. It simply shifts people out of sight while ignoring the root cause.
1 minute remaining.
We urge you to vote no on this ordinance and instead work with us to create real, lasting solutions. The 604 Continuum of Care stands ready to partner with the UG to ensure that every resident in Wyandotte County has a safe and stable place to go home.
Our next speaker is Nehemiah Russell. Terry Quinn on deck.
Hi, my name is Nehemiah Roselle. I do live in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm also work for the Greater Kansas City Coalition to End Homelessness, which covers Wyandotte County, and have spent years of my career working here in Wyandotte County, working with the folks who are unhoused, hitting the streets, doing homeless outreach, and have also worked in the cold weather shelter for the past 3 years. And I write in opposition to the ordinance to ban public camping. And I'm kind of known as like a numbers guy, a data guy, and so I wanted to present some numbers around this. Like Amber said, every year we have a point in time count, essentially a homeless census every January to count and see what the extent of people who are experiencing homelessness is. In Wyandotte County, there were 252 people experiencing homelessness, and 115 of those were unsheltered on one of the coldest nights of the year. An additional 57 people were staying or supported by the cold weather shelter. And those are people who assumably would be outside otherwise. That's 172. My additional research has shown that's probably about accurate continuously, that there's that many people who are unsheltered in Wyandotte County. Looking at the data deeper today, the people who are unsheltered in January, 36% of them reported having income or being employed. And I think that really speaks to the fact that homelessness is a housing problem, and that the fact that like people are not able to afford places to live because 36% of them have income. In addition, 49 of them were chronically homeless, meaning they've been homeless for more than a year. So I asked this commission, for those 170 plus people who are unsheltered, if they're told they can't be outside, where are they supposed to go? Where are they being told that they can go to? The UG hasn't provided any year-round shelters. There's no year-round shelters in Wyandotte County. There's literally no place for them to go to. In addition, as a lot of other people have said, research has shown that criminalization of homelessness is not effective. And I'll submit to the commission some research on this done by the National Alliance to End Homelessness around the criminalization of homelessness. But essentially it says that there is no evidence, that criminalization reduces homelessness in a community, that it ends up being costly when those funds could be used for things that work like shelter and housing. It makes life more dangerous and worse for those experiencing homelessness. And like others have said, it actually makes it harder for people to get into housing because of all the barriers and the ramifications of criminalization. So I'd submit to the commission that research, as well as a one-pager on the point in time count of those who are unsheltered in Wyandotte County. Just leave them over here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Quinn. Reverend Mindy Fucciarini on deck.
My name is Terry Quinn. I am a community health worker with Community Health Council of Wyandotte County. My job as a community health worker is case management and wraparound services. And I'm here opposing this ordinance, and I ask you respectfully to vote no. The reason is my time as a community health worker has been with working with our unhoused community. And what I've found is that they're not ending up on the streets for what you think, which is drugs. They're ending up on the streets because of an emergency, because there's no preventative measures. There's nothing to prevent homelessness. A lot of the clients that I work with end up unhoused because of medical emergencies or because of high taxes and not being able to afford their homes and wages. And what I'm asking, and what a lot of us in this room are asking, is for community-based organizations to have your support. We have people in this community that are willing to put in the work, that are ready to go to get these people off the streets, but we need you, and we elected you. And at the beginning, there was a prayer, and the prayer was, there is so much bad in the world, and maybe we can do good in this room. And we elected you to do that good. We can't keep twiddling our thumbs. You can't keep twiddling your thumbs. We need your support to get people off the streets because there's nowhere to go. When I sit down with someone, I make a list of what are the barriers, and I would be so happy to present to you that list of barriers as a case manager. And so I ask you please to vote no and to put in supportive preventative measures as well as shelters, more wraparound services, public restrooms. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn? You can hang on for just a second. I'm sorry. Ms. Quinn, could you come back and state your residence, please?
I'm a resident of Wyandotte County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reverend Mindy Fujarini. Myra Romero Furman on deck. Please remember to state your name and residence.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mindy Fugarino, and I live here in Wyandotte County, just about a mile down the road. And I have been working with unhoused people for 6 years. I currently serve at Independence Boulevard Christian Church in the historic northeast of Kansas City, Missouri. We are seeing probably 600 unhoused and very low income persons every Monday where I am. I'm in a kind of a unique position because I also manage the property there. And so I'm familiar with some of the challenges that happen when people are unable to find safe shelter. And the properties nearby sometimes are impacted by that in negative ways. And so I kind of speak from an angle where I get it. I get that everybody understands that something needs to change. And I'm really excited that people are at least recognizing that something needs to change. But I'm here to say this ordinance is not the way to make change. And I'm super proud, actually, of all of my neighbors and colleagues and partners around this community, because you've given me hope tonight in a season that is really fairly dark in terms of the future funding that we might see coming from the federal government, being starkly limited to unhelpful solutions. So I'm very excited that this community is saying something different, and they've already said the things about why you should vote no morally, theologically, ethically, logistically, and financially. Like they've already kind of done all of that, so I won't repeat that, but I will say that we've identified this as a community problem, and therefore it is a collaborative community solution, and it takes the leadership of folks like you all to help us do that. And there are solutions. That's what I want to also celebrate is because I've been involved with this community for these last several years, I started doing some research. I started reaching out to the people who know the data and the statistics, and we started discovering there are solutions. We just hosted at our congregation over 400 people from around the metro. All of you were invited, and had a screening of Beyond the Bridge, A Solution to Homelessness. It's a documentary, and we had consultants coming in partnership with others. We brought consultants in from Milwaukee and Houston, who are the two cities that aren't increasing in homelessness every year the last several years like the rest of us have been, and they're actually drastically decreasing fairly quickly because there's good, reasonable, sustainable solutions out there. We're all happy to talk to you about that. You all have my email because I sent it to you personally, so you can reach out to me and I can connect you for those further conversations. There are realistic solutions that we can do if we choose as a community to collaborate on it and to invest in it. And I think all of you all have made me proud, and I'm just asking you all to make me proud tonight as well. Vote no on this, in addition to investing in the solutions that really will work, and collaborate with us, because it's even a metro-wide issue.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Myra Romero Furman. Leslie Scott on deck.
My name is Myra Romero Furman, and I'm a proud resident of Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County since immigrating from Mexico in 1996 to Orville Avenue. I am here, quite honestly, heartbroken because this ordinance should have never made it out of the committee. My parents own a restaurant off Central Avenue and property as well. My father deals with the unhoused every single day that are seeking temporary shelter. Whether he wants me to share this or not, I will. His hardened heart has been softened by actually speaking to the neighbors who use our strip mall for shelter. He finally understands that substance use disorder, something that many of you have villainized in the last couple weeks, is a coping strategy, and one that many of us in this room have struggled with personally, and simply we got lucky and had the support to not lose our homes. Commissioners and Mayor Gardner, alongside all of the staff in this room, I respect and have genuine love for each of you, yet I have to respectfully inquire. When was the last time any of you took the time to stop and ask an unhoused community member in your district what would actually help them? If the answer isn't today, how dare you vote on something that affects them more than you? Something that costs all of us more of our precious tax dollars, with increased property taxes, with incarceration, policing, and court costs. Many of you know my 6-month-old daughter suffocated 2.5 years ago. When she died, I was helping to provide temporary shelter to our unhoused neighbors with positive COVID diagnoses. Those clients knew her, held her, and carried my grief to the point that they found me months after she died to pay their condolences. Honestly, I can rarely say I am glad she is not here, but this ordinance reminds me what a blessing it is that she doesn't know this evil world anymore and is next to Jesus, who ordered us to care for the least of these. These are the constituents each of you have sworn to protect. Please answer, where is the promised shelter for the unhoused neighbors in our Wyandotte County? I will now read the following on behalf of a community member who works with our unhoused residents every day.
One
Now-
remaining.
Now let's think about this ordinance and what would actually be enforced, which brings me to another question. Now what? Someone is arrested for camping illegally. They had nowhere else to go, so then what? They spent 30 days in jail? Then what? They come out with an arrest record, their belongings gone, their ID and birth certificate lost. Without documents, they can't even apply for housing or assistance. Then what? Or maybe instead of jail, they get a $200 fine. But if they had $200, they would have used it for food, water, or shelter. So they can't pay, then what? More fines? A bench warrant? The cycle of criminalization that solves nothing. Tell me, how does any of this help? This ordinance doesn't solve homelessness. It's simply a byproduct of not having a real solution. Your job. We don't have to guess what works. As recently as this year, places as close to Lawrence, Kansas, a housing first approach has shown real progress. By giving people stability, you create the foundation for change. Without food, water, and most importantly, shelter, people cannot move forward. If we truly want to reduce homelessness, our efforts must go towards building stability and safety. Only when those basic needs are met can people begin to address the many other challenges they face. Lastly, these are my words. I challenge you to do your job and please vote no. Stop hurting those that you have sworn to protect while making us taxpayers pay for it. Do your
Time
job,
has
and when it
expired.
comes to this, do it well.
Our next speaker is Leslie Scott. Lauren Clapper on deck. Leslie Scott. Our next speaker is Lauren Clapper. We'll have Amber Sellers on deck.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Clapper, and I am a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County and a current Strawberry Hill homeowner. I'm also a constituent of Commissioner Burns. I'm here today to speak out against the so-called unlawful camping ordinance. This is important to me because I don't want my houseless neighbors to be criminalized for not having a home. As many people before me have brought up, the data shows that criminalizing homelessness actually makes homelessness worse. And this ordinance, it calls for fines, it calls for arrests, it calls for jail time for people who are found to be illegally camping. And the research shows that when people face these punitive measures, they have a harder time accessing things like healthcare, like affordable housing, like employment, like all the things that are necessary for them to get out of their situation that they're in. We've also seen that the cities who have implemented this type of ordinance have spent more money putting people in jail and enforcing this ordinance than if they had simply provided housing in the first place. This is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. I don't want my hard-earned taxpayer dollars spent criminalizing folks just because they don't have a home. We've seen in Wichita, Kansas, that the chief of police has said that enforcing this type of ordinance is not the answer, and instead the city needs more outreach workers, more shelter beds to keep people off the streets. I also just don't want my neighbors to be treated in such a cruel way. This calls for destroying the only shelter that they have. It calls for stripping them of their belongings. So folks will be forced to pick up the pieces and relocate to another public area where the cycle will just start again. You know, we've heard from service providers tonight. We've heard from community members, people who are experts in serving this population, people who don't want their neighbors to be cruelly treated. They're all opposed to this ordinance. So I have to ask, who is supporting this? Who is going to benefit from displacing vulnerable residents from their only form of shelter?
1 minute remaining.
It is not us. It is not your constituents. Instead, we need to be investing in solutions that treat people with dignity and address the root cause of homelessness, which is a lack of affordable housing. Wyandotte County needs a year-round homeless shelter, and we need more affordable housing units. To end this crisis, our neighbors need housing, not handcuffs. And that is why I'm asking the commission and the mayor to vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amber Sellers. David Bennett on deck. Amber Sellers. Our next speaker is David Bennett. Dustin Hare on deck. David Bennett. Dustin Hare. On deck will be William Rogers.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing us to speak tonight. This is a very important issue, so I'm glad the community had the opportunity to give input on this. My name is Dustin Hare. I am a Kansas City, Kansas resident, 66104. I'm in District 8. This ordinance is not going to solve the problem that we're here talking about tonight. If you're truly looking for ways to address homelessness, which I believe is the intent of this body, this isn't going to do it. This will not address the problem. Part of my job is to study housing and homelessness, and the studies are all in agreement on this issue. Criminalizing homelessness will only exacerbate the problem. It will cause taxpayer dollars to be spent on police, courts, and jails to saddle people with fines and criminal records that will make it more difficult for them to pull themselves out of this situation, all for the crime of being unable to afford housing. We have decades of studies showing that the only way to solve homelessness is to get folks into housing. The Department of Housing and Urban Development studied this under both Bush and Obama and came to the exact same conclusion under both administrations. Criminalizing people for their inability to afford housing doesn't get people housed and off the street. Providing them with housing does. We've already begun treating this as a policing matter in Wyandotte County. We've increased the police presence near 7th in Minnesota, and all that's managed to do is move folks into an even more concentrated area near Frank Williams, where neighbors are now, understandably, becoming concerned. This is what happens when you treat homelessness as a policing issue. You shuffle folks around instead of getting them housed. Criminalizing homelessness does not get people housed. It doesn't get them off the streets. Putting people into further debt doesn't get them housed. They don't suddenly have money for rent now that they also have a fine to pay. Giving them a criminal record doesn't get them housed. It just means a landlord isn't going to rent it to them now that they have a criminal record, and they're going to stay unhoused for longer. We've been asking for real evidence-based solutions for years, and those calls have largely gone unignored.
1 minute remaining.
What we need more than anything else is deeply affordable housing. That's the only way out of this. But we also need to invest in prevention, which is far cheaper in the long run than addressing homelessness after it has occurred. We need help. We need to help tenants who fall behind on rent. We need to stop displacing long-term homeowners through the tax sale. We need a year-round, low-barrier shelter. We need protections for tenants who have abusive and absentee landlords. All these things will address the issue that we're here talking about tonight. It's past time for this county to put together a housing plan, pass it through this body, and adequately fund it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Rogers. Joshua Yoakum on deck.
William Rogers, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Dot, the original. First off, Mayor and Commission, I want to thank you guys for the budget. I know that was a tough thing this year, and I don't like paying higher taxes than anyone else, but I understand the need with the cost of fuel going up and just doing business. So thank you guys for working through that. I'd like to say the lady with the business on Central Avenue, her father, that was a very impactful statement. My wife and I go to Unity Southeast over in Meyer Boulevard, and our church does a warming shelter. And my wife cooked breakfast for them many times over there. And while she cooked, I sat and talked with them. So I don't even want to pretend to have the expertise that these folks do, but I know there's a lot of issues, and I don't think arresting them or criminalizing this is a positive look at it. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think that's the answer. What I wanted to also talk to you about, though, to change it up a little bit, is I sent every one of you an email about the possibility of an ICE detention center in Leavenworth. With this being Hispanic Heritage Month, I would have thought I'd have got a response from somebody. I myself am working with national organizations right now. We're part of a team that's opposing that. We have it tied up in court right now. You can Google my name and put Core Civic Leavenworth behind it, and you'll find plenty of stories. What I'm asking you is to understand the impact that if this facility comes to Leavenworth, how it's going to impact Wyandotte County. We have a very diverse community, and it's going to be a very negative effect on our community, especially when I talk about Central Avenue, Minnesota Avenue, the Argentine, Armadale areas. And not just that, when you open a facility in your metro area like that, it puts fear amongst the ones that are here legally too, that are citizens, because they don't want to go out and be targeted or be accused of something. So I would ask that you reach out to the national organizations that we're working with and let them speak to you and prepare yourself for what's coming. Because we've been able to hold it off, I don't think we can hold it off forever. And it's a very important issue right now. It's devastating to what will happen here in Wyandotte County and economically too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joshua Yoakum, Paris Mendoza on deck.
Hello, I'm Joshua Yoakum, Wyandotte County born and raised, live in 66106. Thank you everyone for speaking tonight. Mayor, thank you for this open mic. And Commissioner Lopez, thank you for not being on celebrity status. And when I call, you respond. I appreciate that. We're public servants here, not celebrities. And so just want to take that on. Thank you for that. This is my brother, Micah James Yoakum Sr. He just got out. He's been out of incarceration for a year now. He did 28 years in KDOC. Currently homeless. Doing the best I can to help him out, but I'm just barely getting my felonies expunged and getting that ball rolling from my own personal life. We definitely need your help. And the only time I left this county was not by choice, but on a prison bus in shackles because of my choices. By the grace of God, I'm now been free from the chains of methamphetamines and free from incarceration for 8 years now. Since 2017, when I was released, I did what I had to do. I completed parole, started working, and there were people and spaces that provided me an opportunity to be a new creation. I didn't know a different way to go until someone showed me that different way. It's real, this is serious. And then I've experienced homelessness, addiction, caught my first felony here and whenever I was 12 years old. And I watched a lady jump off a parking garage, 7 stories, a homeless lady, and kill herself, and something broke in me. And there has to come a point in time whenever we as humans value the human life, whether they have a house or not, more than your salary, more than anything. No life is more or less valuable because they're out there on the street on fentanyl, or you're sitting here in a suit. God created all you equal. And Jesus died on the cross to give us new life.
1 minute remaining.
That's the reality of it. So let me. I don't want to lose that time. Let me stick to these notes. Yeah, all right. Um, This ordinance it's bullcrap, it's heartbreaking, and you're criminalizing survival. And what we're doing, we're trying to sweep this stuff under the rug more and more when it just shows it's neglect of the county and the leadership is why we're here. It's not the homeless people's fault that they're homeless today. This is generational stuff going on. It's just in our hands to deal with. We have to do something about it. My blood brother just spent 1,051 days in that horrible dungeon, evil place across there that treats no person with dignity. And he spent almost 3 years wasted because there's not adequate mental health workers in Kansas. And so he suffered for that. And whenever I went to his court dates, the sheriff deputies treated me like I'm a piece of dirt. This stuff has got to change. Where is the value in morals? Where's the value in life? Where's the value in a young man that's been broken and incarcerated? He can't even say hi to his mom at court. Again, this is it up? All right.
Your time has expired.
All right, let me share with you. We got the World Cup coming here, right? Now, mind you, Wyandotte County is the biggest taxing entity. And look at the courthouse steps. I want all of you and all of you go out here and look at these courthouse steps and look at the seal above it that says Gateway to Kansas. Look at the Rosedale Memorial Arch where people from this community died. The World Cup's about to be here. Kansas City is going to be on the spotlight. And look at that memorial arch and the condition of it.
Sir, your time has expired.
Let's not do that to the human beings. Let's not neglect the poor anymore. Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker is Paris Mendoza. Kathleen Gilbert on deck.
Good evening. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, Jackson County, right across the river.
Your name?
Paris Mendoza.
Thank you.
So my name is Paris Mendoza. I work for Save Inc. In Kansas City, Missouri. I'm at Teresa's Place, which is an emergency shelter for youth and young adults, 18 to 24. I also come here before you as a youth who has lived experience with homelessness. That's why this proposed ordinance banning unlawful camping feels like a slap in the face. When you live through homelessness, you know that being unhoused is not a crime, it's a circumstance. And instead of compassion, stability, and opportunity, the ordinance offers punishment. It's also important to point out that the reality in Wyandotte County is we do not have enough shelter beds. People are sleeping outside not because they want to, but because they simply have no other options. How can we punish people for existing in public when the county hasn't provided adequate shelter in the first place? And honestly, the timing of this is just strange to me. With the World Cup coming to our area soon, this feels less like an attempt to solve homelessness and more like an attempt to sweep out of sight so visitors don't have to see it. This isn't leadership. It's an image problem. It's an image management at the expense of human lives. And unhoused neighbors aren't an eyesore. They're people. They're human beings. This ordinance doesn't open new beds. It doesn't reduce rent or help people access jobs, healthcare, mental health services. All it does is criminalize people for being poor. And tickets and fines don't create housing. They just create more barriers to stability. At Save Inc., I see every day that people experiencing homelessness and resilience are worthy of dignity. What changes their lives is not a punishment, but opportunity, safe housing, supportive services, and community that treats them as neighbors.
1 minute remaining.
If the concern is safety and sanitation, then let's address that directly with more public restrooms, trash pickup, outreach teams, and safer shelter options. Those solutions help everyone, housed and unhoused alike, without stripping people of their humanity. And as someone who has lived it, I can tell you what makes a difference is compassion. What saved me was not punishment, but people in programs that open doors instead of closing them. And tonight, you have the choice to do the same for others. Please reject this ordinance and instead to commit real solutions that actually reduce homelessness and build a more compassionate Wyandotte County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Gilbert. Steve Sessions on deck.
Good evening. Kathleen Gilbert, Highland Crest, Kansas City, Kansas. Where will I sleep tonight? I lost my job because I was injured. After that, I lost my apartment, I lost my car, my spouse, and my kids. Now, all I have is my survival instincts. Okay, so does it make it easier to force me off the street, out of public view, so I am not littering the streets with my very presence? I don't want to be on the street. But where will I go if you arrest me for sleeping in the open, where at least I may be able to survive with less harm, as I am opposed to sleeping in a field or some remote area? I'm still a human, and although I can't pay my way, I deserve a chance. Is the answer to lock me up, to make my homelessness a crime? This is just one person's plight. I am not homeless, but I could be, and so could you, and you, and you. How can we as a society turn a blind eye to the homeless? Out of sight, out of mind. Is that the answer? I think I have a solution. Due to time constraints today, in a nutshell, my program is to adopt a homeless person. I have helped 4 to 5 homeless people get off the street in the past few years without any funding from anyone other than me, and I am on a fixed budget. I did it with the help of God because I made a commitment to help just one person.
1 minute remaining.
It may or may not be the ultimate answer, but time will tell. You are willing to explore this ideal or not, or further. I do know that arresting them is not the answer. Can you go back to the drawing board and try to figure out another way? We cannot allow ourselves to be this callous towards this population, the homeless. What if it was your daughter, your son living on the street? Could you still pass this into law? Please, I ask you, check your heart, check your soul. There has to be another answer. Please do not make despair, lack, or misfortune a crime. I beg you. God bless you, and God bless this city.
Our next speaker is Steve Sessions. Christopher Overvell on deck.
Steve Sessions, Kansas City, Kansas. I had a speech put together, but actually something came to mind as I'm listening. It's pretty ironic and unheartfelting to see every meeting you have the community in which all you serve talking about things, can you hear me now? Sorry. Talking about things that are concerning of our city, concerning of our people, homelessness, taxes, the schools, the roads, all the infrastructure. It is a problem. And yet you guys make it nearly impossible to get that done. And it's the irony of this meeting, actually, that we have people talking about our community and the people in our community. And later on in this meeting, you're going to have outside developers coming in, taking millions and more dollars. There is no reason why you guys should be listening to our community over and over and over, and then giving outside developers more and more and more. So part of my speech I am going to read is going to say, here's the pattern. A developer shows up, asks for millions, makes big promises. We hand it over with no questions asked. We see you guys approve this stuff without asking the financial questions, asking where the clawbacks for liability are. And then when we hand it over, then when the plan changes or their project falls short, they come and ask for more. And just like tonight, they're going to ask for more without producing what they were told they were going to produce up front. And yet it's probably going to pass. I don't understand what the reasoning is for this or why we are not listening to the community, the ones that vote every one of you in, the one that support all of everybody's businesses. Why are we doing this? I reach out to every one of you, and I can tell you that I get one response about all of these issues. Why are we allowing this to happen? Why are we allowing community improvement district taxes that don't improve the community? It goes back into their pockets. It doesn't build a park. It doesn't help a homeless shelter. It doesn't help mental health, or doesn't help the roads.
1 minute
Why are
remaining.
we not putting that same community improvement tax on these districts so that we can get some sort of funding right now and not hope in 20 years that the project is still producing money? This is ridiculous that we are doing a 20 and 30-year gamble on projects before our community gets anything. At some point, you guys are the one making this decision. It's the entire community that has come to every single meeting when somebody shows up. The same thing is told about roads, about our schools, about no mowing. The fire chief needs this, or the police chief needs this. And yet we have to tell them to cut money, cut money, cut money. And yet another developer comes in and all of a sudden, here you go. Even though you've not given us what you wanted, here you go. You want to add another sales tax on top so you can get more money to recoup your own investment? If these are such great investments for everybody, then they can take the risk and reward.
Your time has
We shouldn't
expired.
have no recourse or nothing given to our community.
Our next speaker is Christopher Overveld. Emily Hain on deck.
My name is Chris Overfelt. I live at 3121 West, 44th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas, 66103. My phone number is 913-530-2179. I served in the Air Force National Guard from 2002 to 2011 in Topeka, Kansas, and I deployed all over the world in that service. When I left the Air Force in 2011, I experienced a mental health crisis, and I ended up spending a week in the VA psych ward on Van Brunt. I was fortunate at that time to have my mother in my life, and she recognized that I was having a mental health crisis, and she forced me into her car, and she took me to the ER at the VA. While I was at the VA in the psych ward, I attacked 2 security guards, and I was sedated with a needle in my arm, and I was strapped to a bed. And I remember my mother coming to visit me while I was strapped to the bed. If I did not have my mother in my life at that point, I would be in prison or dead right now. There are thousands of veterans right now in prison because they did not have the family support that I had. And there are tens of thousands of veterans across this country that are houseless because they do not have the family support that I had. You are supposed to be our family. That's why we pay taxes. When we don't have a family, we need our community.
1 minute remaining.
That's what you do. That's why we pay taxes. That's what taxes do. We support each other. We are your community members. Stop criminalizing us. We need your support. The police are not a solution to mental health crisis. So as an alternative to this ordinance that is filled with corruption and greed, how about this? You funnel that money, our taxes, away from the police, and you give it back to us through community services, through education, and through housing.
Our next speaker is Emily Hain. Rob Santel on deck.
Good evening. My name is Emily Hain. I live in Kansas City, Kansas. I work in Kansas City, Kansas. I vote in Kansas City, Kansas. There's nothing you can say after that. There's nothing you can say after everything you have heard in this room this evening. I stand here only to add my solidarity and the strength of my voice in asking each of you to reject this ordinance and instead listen to the community who has clearly outlined the solutions for this problem. Wraparound services, low barrier year-round shelters, affordable housing. These are the things that we as taxpayers, voters, living and working people in Kansas City, Kansas's 3rd district for me, that's what's important to us. That's what you've heard from every single person. And I thank you for considering what your constituents are asking for. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our voice. And I hope, thank you for listening by voting no.
Our next speaker is Rob Santel. Tracy Lockett on deck.
Good evening. My name is Rob Santel. I'm of Olathe, Kansas, and I worked in this community for 8 years in homeless services, working with people experiencing homelessness. I also operated the KCK cold weather shelter for the last 5 years. I've presented in front of you many different times. And that program really was recognized kind of regionally. So we do have experts in this community that know homelessness. And since I've been gone just 4 months, it seems that you've let a snake oil salesman come in and sell you this golden egg solution to end homelessness, which is this bill. And I couldn't be more disappointed than I am right now. Let me be clear. Homeowners should not have to have someone sleeping on their front porch. That is an agreement that we can understand. Businesses shouldn't have to deal with trespassing. Those frustrations are real. But no one should have to sleep outside either. And criminalizing survival is not a solution. This ordinance mirrors language that I've seen in other cities. But here's the difference. Those cities are also investing in housing, supportive services, and emergency shelter. Wyandotte County is not doing those things. And passing this without those supports is reckless. And it's clear that this ordinance wasn't shaped with the people who actually know what works. Providers, first responders, and public health professionals. And I'll give you a little secret. Those experts are here in this room tonight, and you're not listening to them. When I helped lead the cold weather shelter initially, it was with the expectation that this community would also build long-term solutions. That has not happened. And this ordinance takes us further back. The evidence is overwhelming. You've heard it. Enforcement doesn't reduce homelessness. It raises costs and keeps people stuck. Jail beds cost more than housing. Court time costs more than rental assistance. And criminal records trap people in the very cycle that we claim we want to break.
1 minute remaining.
Real solutions, housing with supportive services, are not just social policy. They're economic development. That's how you revitalize downtown, attract businesses, and build a safer community. You cannot ticket and arrest your way out of homelessness. This ordinance doesn't solve homelessness. It just makes being poor a crime. Calling this a solution doesn't make it one. And if you pass this, you're not fixing the problem. You're proving Wyandotte County has given up on real solutions.
Our next speaker is Tracy Lockett. Alex Kump on deck.
My name is Tracy Lockett. I
have spent the last 13 years working alongside these wonderful people in homeless services and in mental health. But right
We
now,
need your residence, please.
I'm standing in front of you as a resident of 25-year resident of Wyandotte County, and I'm standing here on behalf of the people sleeping outside of Frank Williams Outreach Center right now. Tonight, you've heard countless reasons why this ordinance should fail, but to me, it comes down to two things: sheep and goats. When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, he will sit on his glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. And then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothing, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you as a stranger and invite you in, or need clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go visit you?" And the king will reply, "Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you have done for me." And then he will say that to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels.
1 minute
For I
remaining.
was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick in prison, and you did not look after me." And they will also answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick and in prison and did not help you?" And he will reply, "Truly, I tell you, whatever you did not do for the least of these, you did not do for me." And they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. There's a choice going to be made tonight. Going to be a goat or a sheep.
Our next speaker is Alex Kump. Susan Ruiz on deck. Alex Kump. Our next speaker is Suzanne Ruiz. Ava Garcia on deck.
Good evening. I apologize for my appearance. My fellow Dots have brought me to tears numerous times this evening. I'm very proud of them. I am a
You
resident.
need your name and residence, please.
My name is Susan Reese. I am a resident and property owner in Wyandotte County. I am an OG Dot. I am also an attorney who represents exclusively low-income people, including homeless people. I am extremely proud of my county. I defend it to outsiders, as most of us do. When I saw yesterday that this ordinance was up for vote, I felt extreme shame of my government. And it hurt me to the core that this was even up for debate. We should be discussing how we are going to help our fellow Dots. We are all in this together. I'm absolutely blown away that this ordinance has even made it this far. I echo everything that my fellow dots and others who have spoken today have said much more eloquently than I ever could. And I won't waste more of your time or anybody else's time, but I strongly urge you to vote down this ordinance. This is not us. We are here to lift each other up in this world. Vote down this ordinance.
Our next speaker is Ava Garcia. Michelle Davis on deck. Ava Garcia.
Sorry about that. So I came to speak on what everyone else is speaking, but I think the gist has been.
We need your
captured.
name and residence, please.
Eva Garcia, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you.
So I'll speak on the other issues that are on the agenda. I'll speak to the home field Fifth Amendment. There are three components to that amendment. My suggestion would be that when you vote on that, it's broken down individually so we can capture which part of it you guys support. I know it was presented as it needed to be delivered together as three things. But I think it's important that it's voted on individually. The three things, a planned site update to include another convenience store or gas station. There's already a lot of those in that area. So if there's gonna be an amendment to what needs to go there, it should be something that brings additional value to the community, not something that can potentially cannibalize the mom and pop businesses that are already there. A 2-year delay on a $4.35 million community investment. Why? We're talking about needing funds for the World Cup. Why would we delay investment when it's needed now? And if we are choosing to make a concession, why not make a concession with additional value to the community? Why not say, okay, maybe we'll consider this concession, but we'll consider it by additional funding to it. Maybe instead of 4.35 million, now it's 6 million. There has to be accountability. And you guys are here to demand that accountability on behalf of your constituents. Beyond that, there's also the component of releasing $30 million in STAR bonds without delivering on their original development agreement. Again, I ask why? Why do we have to make concessions for these developers when they're supposed to be companies that know what they're doing? They're the ones that are creating the timelines and then come back and say, we can't deliver on them. Why?
1 minute remaining.
The other thing I wanted to talk about is the transient guest tax that was brought forth in one of the committees. At that point, it was presented at 4%. You guys came to a compromise and brought that down to 2% because you thought the impact was going to be too big. I commend you on doing that. What I can't understand is if you can understand a 4% increase is too much, why would we then consider 2% as a CID to a developer? If we're saying the community can support a total of 4%, I understand they're two different taxes, but if we can present a total of 4%, then do it 4% to where the community keeps that money. We should not be giving money or additional money to these developers that spend it to their benefit and not ours.
Your time has expired.
2 more seconds. The last thing I will say is I reach out to this community, to this board on multiple occasions. I've gotten 0 responses. I only say that as feedback in the sense that you guys took these positions understanding that community engagement was going to be a big priority. And I ask that you guys do better. That is it.
Our last, excuse me, our last speaker that is signed in is Michelle Davis.
Hello, my name is Michelle Davis. I am an 18-year resident of Strawberry Hills, 66101. And I am here to speak out against the anti-camping bill. Every human being you see in this room, every human being you see on street corners, every human being you see pushing a cart is the result of hope. When somebody takes it upon themselves to bring another person into this world, they are hoping that that child will have a good life. They are hoping the world will be kind. This type of legislation rips hope away from the people who need it the most. That is all I have to say.
Mayor, those are the only individuals we've had signed in this evening.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate everybody that spoke tonight. Thank you for your comments. As always, they're valued, they're appreciated. This time, if commissioners would like to answer any of the questions, I always like to give commissioners the opportunity to respond to any questions that were posed, if you'd like to answer those. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. There were some statements made that there's waste and corruption here in this building. As I said before, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's what makes America great. But I recommend to those people that think that there is waste and corruption, that you take it to the proper authorities and let the system take care of itself. Don't make accusations that you cannot back up.
Ma'am, we're not going to have any disruptions. Again, make sure that we maintain the decorum. I asked you earlier, I believe the commission did not interrupt anybody when they spoke. And these are your elected representatives, so please be respectful of your elected representatives when they're speaking. No outbursts are tolerated. Thank you. Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Burns, were you done? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments coming from our community members. And for those of you who did not know, I have worked with the homeless for years. I've worked with the school district, with the McKinney-Vento program. I'm very aware of the families, the kids that were homeless. I've worked with organizations that have helped those who have been incarcerated and come out of incarceration with nowhere to live. I've worked with organizations that do house some of the homeless, but those homeless, there are several different types of homelessness. Chronic homelessness, we've heard a lot of that already, so I'm not going to get into that. But those who met the qualifications to be in a certain homeless facility, I've worked with those individuals also. So, and myself, I have been homeless at one point due to domestic violence. I was fleeing that situation and never had to be on the street, but my heart goes out to those who do live on the street. For those of you who said you have reached out to all of the commissioners and nobody responded, I'd like to say to you, for me, I apologize to you because I do understand that I'm an elected individual, and if you reach out to me, I should respond. So I apologize, and I'm definitely going to try to do better. I could make a lot of excuses. I don't believe in excuses. I believe in solutions. So tonight, I'm not really looking for a handshake or an attaboy. I just want you to know I believe together we can come up with some real solutions. I have worked with the Homeless Task Force for 4 years now. I've only been a commissioner 2 years, but I work with the task force now. It'll be 4 years. And we have had solutions, we have had plans, but they haven't gone anywhere. And what does that mean when you say they haven't gone anywhere? We presented them, but they haven't gone anywhere. So with your voices being heard tonight, maybe some of these plans, along with community voices like you have done tonight, maybe we can actually get somewhere with this homeless problem. I have been, and not just me, I don't want to act like it's just me, because one person is never enough. It takes a community, it takes a tribe, a village. I know that housing is one of the major solutions for homelessness. And I also know that affordable housing these days is not affordable. When I think of affordable housing, it's like, what? So we got to come up with some solutions. And I believe as a community, it's enough intellect, passion around this community to really bring forth some positive solutions. I just hate we've come like this, and it feels like, we just hate everybody and it's everybody's fault. And but what we can do, instead of blaming and shaming, what we can do is let's work together and come up with some solutions. And like I've heard several people say, they are experts, and I've sat at the table with experts. Matter of fact, I traveled to Wichita and to Lawrence and Topeka and visited their shelters, and was trying to put something together that we could do here in Wyandotte County. So yes, there are some activities happening maybe that you have not heard about. And so I'm excited to be able to share that. But by your voices on tonight, you have definitely made a splash out here in the water that says, hey, let's do something positive for the homeless. Let's not just complain. Criminalization is not the answer, but maybe what is the answer is us working together. I live 500 feet from Frank Williams Center, 500 feet. So I got grandkids, I got kids 500 feet from Frank Williams Center. So I see and I am aware of what's going on and have been for years. I walk in the community. So I'm very aware of what goes on in the community. I'm not alien. I'm not off in foo-foo land. I deal with reality. And so thank you very much for your comments on tonight. And I hope what this does is just pull us together instead of tearing us apart. Let's work together and let's really come up with some solutions. Several of the people who spoke tonight, I've worked with over the years, several. So it's not an unknown situation to me. I appreciate your comments, I appreciate your passion, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just follow up real quick on what Commissioner Dr. Hill talked about. Being homeless is a difficult situation. It's uncomfortable. That's why talking about this issue is difficult and it's uncomfortable for a lot of people. I don't share this story a lot, but I'm sure with Dr. Hill. I was homeless at one time. And like this young man, somebody spoke earlier, had it not been for a family member, I don't know where I would be. My sister took me in, and I was able to get back on my feet. I think life has happened to a lot of us in life. And at some point, we need somebody. And for a lot of people, that somebody, sometimes all they have is their faith. I don't know what the solution is to homelessness. I don't have the answer. I know some people look to this body up here and say, we elected you, solve the problem for us. I guess that comes with the expectations from leaders. But what I can tell you is that it's not what we can do. I'm not an expert on homelessness or the problems. It's what we have to do and what we can do as together as a community. That's where it comes. It takes a village. And I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but we have a church on every corner, it seems like, in Kansas City, Kansas. And I was really struck by this young lady that talked about she took people into her home. Did she have to do that? Just think if a church out of the 150 churches in Wyandotte County took in 1 or 2 people and said, I'm going to adopt someone and I'm going to feed, clothe, help, uplift, support, empower, and help. There are some churches that are doing that. But what I've seen, and I'm just going to speak frank, and I'm not trying to be politically correct, too many of these church denominations are siloed within their denominations. Too many churches sit behind their 4 walls. And some folks might not like me here, and as pastors might like me here, but I'm going to say it. Get out of these 4 walls and get in these streets and help these folks. There's too many churches in Wyandotte County for anybody to have to sleep on the street. And I say that respectfully because we have a lot of non-for-profits. And some folks have said, well, what is the unified government doing? We don't hear any plans. We don't see anything. Dr. Hill hit on it. There is a task force on homelessness and neighbors in need that's been in effect for the last 4 years. And they have been asking for help, collaboration, and support and assistance from day one. Dr. Hill is the co-chair. Mr. Tom Lally, who's here tonight with us, is the chair. Some of the key stakeholders that provide services, take your pick, Crosslines, Mount Carmel, and I'm not going to name all of them, but there's several, have come together. And they've come up with plans, just like she said. What is a unified government doing? Yes, there's a cold weather shelter plan in place. We're looking at Wyandotte again this year to be able to provide that service. Staff is working on that actively. That's something that myself and this commission has pushed for. We are looking at a year-round low barrier shelter. We have money from Cerner that we've gotten as well as ARPA funds, and we're trying to find that location. But the problem is, one of the biggest problems is, as much as I hear people in this community say they care, when we talk about putting it next to their neighborhood, they say, not next to my neighborhood, not in my backyard, not near my children, not near my family. And as elected officials, we're challenged because we know the need is there and it's great. So we are looking at locations. The money has been approved. This commission, for those of you who don't know, approved those monies to be spent for that purpose. And so we are looking for that facility, and Commissioner Bynum, working with the task force as well, came up with a solution on a location. And so staff is moving quickly and as they can to hopefully move Willa Gill and hopefully bring along Frank Williams Center, cooperating with Wyandotte Behavioral Health, and a lot of these other wraparound services that we've all talked about that have come out of our task force, and actually put something together of value that has never happened before in our great city of Kansas City, Kansas, to meet the needs of those most in need here in Kansas City, Kansas. And it's not an if, it's just a matter of when that is going to happen, because that has been approved. So the unified government is working. But again, we're working in partnership with our community to find these real solutions to real problems that we know impact the lives of real people every single day. But it's not just the role of your government to solve these problems. It takes a village, and that village is every one of us that lives, works, and calls this community home. We have to care about our neighbors too. And not just when it feels good to do it. It feels good to say, I went down to the food kitchen and volunteered. It feels good to say, I donated to the guy on the side of the road because he had a sign. But that's where it stops for a lot of people. You go back home and you feel good. There's no consistent, ongoing effort to improve the quality of life of people. Now, as mayor, I've gone to mayoral conferences in DC, and I've sat around the table with powerhouse mayors from all over this country. And that problem that we're talking about tonight is not unique to Wyandotte County. It's a problem that is growing across this great nation. Now, I don't know the cause of it. I don't know why homelessness and poverty continues to grow in this country. I don't have the answers. I'm not an expert in that. There's a lot of people that are a lot brighter and smarter than me when it comes to the research and the proven track record of what works. But listening to these mayors, I can tell you, there's a stalemate. Nobody has a real solution to this problem because it comes back to the human condition. Mental illness. We need more social workers and beds in hospital facilities. That funding has been cut. That funding was cut years ago in the state of Kansas when I was on the police department. You've got individuals with criminal backgrounds in a society that says if you have a felony, good luck. That's a culture issue. You have individuals that self-medicate for a variety of reasons. Some of those are individual choices. Just my work with the housing authority, and it was to my shock, but there's a very small percentage of individuals that like living off the grid. And so there's a lot of challenges and issues. And then those working poor, they've just hit hard times, lost their job, divorce, tragedy, a lot of different things happen. But it's going to take this entire community to really come up with real solutions, like I said, to really solve these problems. What was being proposed tonight was a tool, my understanding, reading the ordinance, actually reading it, to not just keep all of us that can go home safely at night safe, or to feel something we don't want to see. I think somebody said, we don't want to see that. Well, that's not going away. I was listening to a debate about the same issue about a week ago, and a young lady mentioned that nobody talks a lot about those individuals living on the street and how these ordinances sometimes help protect them. It's not safe living under bridges. It's not safe sleeping on sidewalks. It's not safe sleeping in the woods. It's not safe. And it takes away from the very existence of human dignity that we all value. What's the solution? I hear it time and time again, is housing. That's part of it. That's probably the biggest piece of it. And this unified government, for those of you who don't know, again, has passed several projects that have been very successful. I encourage you to go visit the project down at 12th and Metropolitan. This commission just passed another housing development along 59th Street. Very successful programs. There's been more affordable housing projects been approved by this commission. So this commission is doing the hard work. But again, I take it back. It's not so much what we can do as opposed to what we can do together. And there's so much more need that is there than this commission has the financial capability to do for the hundreds, if not thousands of people that are suffering from all those things that I talked about. That's why it takes a community. I challenge, and what I have done is I asked all our social agencies to come together since I've been mayor. And what I saw, and what I'm very proud to see, is that these social service groups are starting to talk and triage and develop plans outside of the unified government and pool their resources in a way unlike anything I've ever seen before. And I tell you why that's important. I went down, and we've all been there, some of us. I was in Argentine, and I was at a location with an organization that was putting food in trunks, cars lined up. And this was an organization of individuals that weren't from Wyandotte County. They were actually from Leavenworth. And what hurt me is they had so much food. I'm talking about bacon, eggs, milk, fresh food, vegetables, diapers, all those things that really enhance the quality of life for residents, for those most in need. Well, after the cars went away, they had plenty of product left. And they had nobody to give it to because they didn't know who to give it to. Because they had not worked with any other organizations and triaged their resources with any other group because they were siloed. So I challenge organizations and groups to collaborate, to partner, to get out of your silos and create strong recommendations and policies and programs that can really get people from poverty to some level of prosperity. It can work, it can happen. I would like to see mission statements across every non-for-profit social service group say part of our mission statement is to go out of business. Because we want to do so well in improving people's lives that our services will no longer be needed. That should be part of every organization's mission statement, is to move people from hopelessness to some level of hope, to help them regain a level of dignity. And it can be done. So I did want to share that with you because I know those questions were brought up about what is unified government doing, our cold weather shelter, our year-round shelter with wraparound services, housing. But the bottom line, I believe it's one thing we need to look at, and I just don't want that to get lost, is I don't think that there was any ill intent from the individuals that brought this forward from that standing committee that voted for this. I think they're seeing it as a safety issue, and no, it's not a crime to be poor, to be homeless. But we all have responsibility, because I heard somebody say, we're all residents here in Wyandotte County. And if we love our community and we love our city, we have a responsibility to keep it clean. We have a responsibility to keep it safe. And we have a responsibility to love and help one another be successful in life. And I heard a lot of biblical principles, and I'm a Christian. But I can tell you, when I was down on my luck, I had to work 2 and 3 jobs just to get back on my feet. And it was very hard being a single parent. But I had somebody to help me. And I challenge everyone in here to tell your neighbors and your friends, let's not make this a moment because we don't like this ordinance. Let's make this a movement in Wyandotte County. Now that we know better and we've heard better, let's work together to do better for those people most in need in Wyandotte County. Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the community for coming out and speaking out. I guess I'll take my time to make my statement so that when we get to the item later, we can do it speedily and just get past whichever way it goes. But I do want to thank every single person who came out and speak on this. This is a very controversial, hard topic. Well, I wanted to make sure I read a statement that I took time to write that I wanted my community to hear from me. I want to begin by acknowledging the intent behind this ordinance. To keep our public spaces safe, clean, and accessible. Those are important goals. But those shouldn't be the only goals that we look at. That is why I cannot support this ordinance as it is written. Our houseless neighbors are still human beings, and they are still residents of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. They are part of our community. They are parents, veterans, youth who have aged out of foster care, workers who have fallen on hard times, and individuals who struggle with health challenges. Passing an ordinance that criminalizes their mere existence in public spaces does not address the root causes of homelessness. This ordinance allows for displacement, fines, and even jail time. But moving people from under a bridge to another corner of the city or taking away the few belongings they have does not solve homelessness. It only deepens their instability and strips them of their God-given right to dignity. If we are serious about addressing hopelessness, we must commit to real solutions. Expanding and building shelter capacity, funding transitional housing programs, investing in mental health and substance use services, and partnering with organizations already doing outreach and support. Enforcement and punishment cannot take the place of compassion and long-term strategy. I also want to be clear. The challenges we face are made even harder when this body chose to go revenue neutral and make cuts to programs that directly support our most vulnerable residents. Every time we reduce our ability to invest in social services, housing, and outreach, we make it just that much harder to accomplish the very mission of reducing homelessness. And yes, we as a commission have continued to fight to build and install affordable housing projects. And I am proud of that work. But we also must acknowledge the reality. There have been those who have fought against and even stalled affordable housing projects in our community. That resistance only prolongs the very crisis we are here debating today. If we truly want to reduce homelessness, we cannot afford to delay, block, or undermine the expansion of affordable housing. I do believe our community is strongest when we lead with humanity. True public safety is not achieved by punishing people for being poor. It is achieved when all residents have access to shelter, stability, and opportunity. This is not about a hand up or a handout like some like to say. This is about living the morals and values we've been taught. As it is written in Proverbs chapter 14, verse 31, whoever oppresses the poor insults the maker, but he who is generous to the needy honors him. For these reasons, I cannot and will not support this ordinance. Wyandotte County is better than this. We see enough in the news at the federal level across our country of families and communities being ripped apart because of who they are. And that's my people. Tonight, we are doing the same thing to another group of people. Wyandotte County, we are better than this. Given the amount of feedback I've received and plus all I've seen online and here tonight, I do believe it's in the commission's best interest to send this back to committee for more community and stakeholder input. Community has been a word thrown around the past few years. It's been said that the room was full of community members asking for tax relief, and it was said that we, quote unquote, ignored them. Well, now the room is full of community members asking us to protect our houseless population. Are we going to listen or ignore? I want to again thank every single person who came to spoke. This shows that Wyandotte County is strong, that we will look out for each other no matter what. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all so much for your stories and for your ideas and for you all sitting here for a very long time. I think what is currently being portrayed right now is just not the full story of how we got here, right? We have a clear charter, a clear code of ordinances that lays out the process of how an item gets on the agenda, how an item has to pass out of committee, and how it gets here. And so to act as though we do not know is just not accurate, right? We have all of this on camera. We have the entire conversation on camera. and we have the lack of particular voices and perspectives that were noticeably not there on camera. And so I'm not in support of this and would agree with my colleague, Commissioner Ramirez, would only vote for it if we could send it back, not to amend an anti-camping ordinance, but to turn it into something useful, right? We can't even start where this is at. We actually need to rethink the entire approach because it is not solution oriented. And I see Churches United for Justice there, and they've talked about a lot of things that we've worked on together, but one of them is us having a KCK Vision Zero plan so that we eradicate chronic homelessness here in Wyandotte County, here in KCK, and I support that and would be more than willing to work on that. But it's also important to know the past 3.5, almost 4 years, right, leading up to this, because we are not here by accident. I've heard disparaging comments, disparaging words about the Frank Williams Center, about Willa Gill, about the use of LIHTC right here in this room. Rumors and complaints about the very nonprofits. Actually, if you go back to the budget process just not that long ago, we did a deep dive, and one of the kind of hallmarks of that deep dive was finding all of the wasteful spending to nonprofits, because we spend millions of dollars supporting nonprofits. Some of those nonprofits are here in this room, who are then being told to come and work with us. And so I don't say this to be controversial. I say this because, and go and look at YouTube, the record is clear. We are a divided commission on some of these issues. We have been divided on affordable housing. Some of us have said and have done disparaging things to keep affordable housing out of our community. And it would be disingenuous for me to sit here and act as though we are all gonna get up, go together, when the past 3.5 years I have seen nonprofits disparaged. I have seen developers disparaged because we don't want those types of people in our community, or we don't want to concentrate poverty in our community. We have too much of that here in Wyandotte County. Don't believe me? Go and look at the tape. And so I mean, rumors that we're spending $10 million of millions of dollars on nonprofits. This, what we are dealing with right now, is not an accident. And I would implore all of you to educate yourself on what we have done in this room, particularly in the years of 2022 and 2023. When I was first elected, one of the most controversial things we argued about was the warming shelter. Y'all remember that. Certain individuals were responsible for that. And so the fact that the task force was not included in the conversation, it was just staff. None of this happens just on accident. We're divided. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are. Go and look at our past meetings. But this room gives me hope. You all give me hope. Because as somebody that has been a consistent advocate for affordable housing, that lives next to Eileen's Place, that is administered and managed by the Lutheran Ministries, and it's 60 units of affordable housing for families. That 59th Street project, Mayor, that you were talking about was not Eileen's Place, I am now forgetting the name of the organization. But that tiny home village will build 30 new tiny homes in our community for those that are chronically unsheltered. I was shaking last week about bringing that up. It was on consent, and I'm like, let's not say anything. Let's not say anything. Because what if somebody takes it off consent? What if they make a big deal out of it? Why is that there? And so, as somebody that is proud to have partnered and used ARPA dollars to fund the Village Initiative, there's a new project in my district on 78th Street, it's 152 units of affordable housing using low-income housing tax credits, which have been demonized by some in this room. I'm saying all this, and just to put it all out to say, but somebody that has authored, and while it's not perfect, the first affordable housing trust fund, using community benefit dollars. I want us to have a more honest conversation about how we got here. It is not on accident. It is intentional, it is studied, right? We get our lawyers involved, they write it out, it is voted on, and then we get here. And so I say all this to end by asking you all to stay engaged, for you to pay attention, for you to be informed about what is going on. And that doesn't necessarily mean coming sitting in this room for hours, but it does mean that you stay connected, with what is taking place in our community. I have heard more about what we are against than what we are for. And we need to shift our thinking. We need to shift our governance, not towards what we are against and what we don't want and who we don't want, but on what we are for and what we want to see our taxpayer dollars go towards. We need solutions, and those solutions will come with a cost. They will come with an ask. It will. And I hope that when the tough time comes, that you all will be there with us with the same energy to make the investments that you're advocating for tonight. Thank you.
Can I just follow up on the commissioners? Our next presentation, when we actually get to the item, the answers of how we got here should be brought out in those presentations. So we will see those presentations if you all stand by once we get to the item. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes, I hear all your concerns, and I hear, I've gotten plenty of emails, and I've also heard from the people that aren't here tonight who make the calls to the PD. Business owners who are losing business because there's people out, and I get it. And it's a hard decision to make because I see where everybody stands. And, I've always been, I won't help anybody that won't help themselves. But that being said, one day I was at my bank one day over here in Kansas City, Kansas, and there was two homeless guys sitting on a bench. I'll never forget it. I don't even know what you call them, but those big drawing pads for artists. And they were freehanding, and what they were drawing was like Picasso. Never seen anything I'm like, why aren't you guys here? Or why aren't you guys somewhere like at art school or selling your art? But it's just their mentality is that's just all they know how to do. Then there was a guy I knew once rummaging through the dumpster, and he was getting trash because the trash he was getting was his art material. And what I seen, what he was, his art material, like he was just making trash out of art that would blow your mind, would completely blow your mind. But I'm agreeing with Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Ramirez about sending it back because I think there's some information that is not getting to the right staff from our task force. And I would be, I think that would, I think there's some more, I think the task force needs to get a little bit more homework and get with PD and get this hammered out a little bit better. And I would be agreeing that it probably needs to go back to committee there's some more understanding needs to be, but at the same time, I do understand what we're dealing with at parks there's, there's needles and such at, left by the playground, and there, I've getting calls from people who are, well, how are you gonna ban them from camping? Well, I tell you what, well, then don't cry when your kid gets poked by a needle and it has this, now it has hepatitis or something really, really bad. But we need to come up with a solution. I understand that. And there's a lot of folks who are like, well, what about all the money that they're spending, that they're getting arrested well, we'd be spending a lot more money building these homeless shelters. But I get it, but we need to figure something out here. So that's why I would be in support of sending it back to committee. There's a lot more that needs to be hammered out on this. I think.
Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Dr. Hill and Commissioner Dr. Hill and Tom Lally. Yeah, Tom's still here, for the work they've been doing for 4 years on a task force that the mayor created to take on this issue. And I want to thank all the people who work in this realm. It's hard work. And it has a personal feel for me because I know multiple people who have really fought with this. As we've all kind of stated, everybody kind of has a story, and I really appreciate that. But when you're dealing with being precariously housed or homeless, one more little thing that happens to you could be the last thing. And you all that work in this field know that. And that's why I'm a hard no on this ordinance. And when it comes up on the agenda, if we think sending it back is somehow beneficial, I won't argue with that. But unless we have a clear vision of sending it back for what purpose, because sending it back to bring it back in some form similar to what it is now is just not going to work. I think the community tonight asked us for solutions. Commissioner Dr. Hill and Tom Lally and the task force have been meeting, studying, researching, and asking for support for 4 years. They've brought forward a minimum of 2 plans. And none of that has been funded or supported. So send it back for what would be the question that I would ask. But just making my position known for when we vote on this item later, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Thank you. I'll be quick. I blinked on the name, but it was Eden Village. Eden Village was the nonprofit, amazing organization, if you're not familiar with them, but they have a village off of Metropolitan, and they're building one in my district off of 59th Street. And so Katrina Gerber and her team are amazing. I just wanted to give them their shout out because they're doing great work here in Wyandotte County. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you again, community, for your input. Again, it's most valued and appreciated. That's going to take us to our consent agenda. Do any members of the commission, county administrator wish to set aside any items on the regular consent agenda? If anyone is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote. I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Davis, second.
Motion second, clerk roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I know a lot of you all been waiting. You're wanting to see the presentation dealing with the ordinance 8.2 that was brought up tonight. So we're gonna, clerk, I'm gonna move that around, and we're gonna forego now. We're gonna move 8.2 ahead of 8.1, and we'll have that conversation. This item was heard by the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee, chaired by Commissioner Burrows on September 22nd, 2025. Came out of that standing commission with a unanimous vote, and it is a violation of unlawful camping to be adopted to the Unified Government Code of Ordinances to promote public health and safety as the intent. And I'll allow briefly just Commissioner Burrows, who is the chair of the standing committee, to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we anticipated this kind of community input. This ordinance has been requested about a couple, 2 or 3 years ago through not only some of the members of the task force, but with a group of individual business leaders across the downtown area that were concerned about the impact on their businesses. We've seen the closing of a grocery store about to occur. We're experiencing some loss of some future businesses due to the transient community and some of the actions that have been taken, some of the public health issues, some of the public safety issues. Those are issues of concern. This allows us to go back collectively and identify those individuals that perpetuate the criminal side of this. This camping can be, if you read the ordinance is not as onerous as some people are portraying it to be. The committee listened in great detail from the Public Works people, KPD, Fire Department, in reference to the amounts of money that are going out that we don't see in trying to address this issue. But it came out unanimously because something needs to be done. Doing nothing is not the answer. And I will share with you that the comments that were made up here by many of you were very compelling. I've lived here my entire life, and we all have a story. But don't assume just because somebody's sitting up there that we can't relate to what's going on in the community. We answer to a lot of individuals in the community. And when I have a lady crying at night coming home from work and having somebody in her home that is homeless, that broke into her house, scares the living daylights out of her, that is a point of concern. And we have to be able to do some things that need to be done. And I will just state this, that we didn't set out to criminalize anyone. We set out to provide a public discussion. And that's what we've had this evening. And as chair of the committee, as I stated, it came out unanimous. There's not a member of this commission that is anti-homeless. There are some commissioners that believe they are. They want to point fingers at others because we have a difference of opinion on how things should be dealt with. However, I'd be willing to take the issue back up later on and have another discussion and bring it forward. But this issue has been raised by business leaders in the community, some of them sitting in this room. So I can share with you, they didn't want to come forward and talk in support of this out of fear of damage to their property, fear of safety for their own personal safety. And I can share with you, I have tried to help the homeless going down to camps. I have been threatened. I've had weapons pulled on me. So I can tell you, there are issues that need to be addressed. Don't get our transient community confused with our homeless community. There is a difference. And we deserve to, as a community, to provide a safe environment for all people. I don't like them, those, and they. We are a community, and we need to address it collectively. But vilifying someone for having a difference of opinion or categorizing people as being insensitive, I think that's the wrong way to start a conversation and collaboration. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, clerk, I believe we have several presentations tonight. I'll let our clerk run through those.
We do, Mayor. We have Casey Meyer from our legal department.
Good evening, are you ready? Okay. My name is Casey Meyer. I'm an attorney with the Unified Government Legal Department. So before we get started with the actual language of the ordinance, I just want to give a little background. It was requested by me from the legal department, from some members of our commission and Mayor Garner, that we research options for an unlawful camping ordinance. And my understanding was that the impetus what came from the task force. Grants Pass is an often cited U.S. Supreme Court case that was decided in 2024, in which the court primarily addressed the Eighth Amendment. The Eighth Amendment bans unusual and cruel punishment. And in that case, the Supreme Court determined that it's not a violation of the Eighth Amendment to enforce anti-camping ordinances through low fines and low jail terms, even when unhoused individuals lack other options. But it's also important to be cognizant of the fact that due process and the Fourth Amendment and the Constitution still applies. And so just like any other ordinance or law that we are asked to research and draft, we make sure to comply with our constitutional obligations and other state statutory obligations in both the language of the ordinance as well as the enforcement of the ordinance. So in conducting my research for this, I reviewed various ordinances across the United States. Several cities across the nation have enacted ordinance after grants passed or amended their ordinances to become more robust after the U.S. Supreme Court decision in grants passed. Locally, Topeka and Wichita adopted ordinances addressing unlawful camping, and this ordinance is very consistent with those ordinances. These first couple of photographs were provided by a department within the Unified Government to give an idea of some of the encampments that our staff is responsible to clean up. And you'll see several representatives from the Unified Government here behind me. They're here tonight to answer questions. Alan House also has a presentation that he's going to provide. I am here on behalf of legal to just go through the ordinance and address any legal issues. Again, this is an encampment at 14 North 820 Kansas Avenue. And these photographs will be helpful kind of understanding when we're talking about enforcement and property, what I'm referencing. 12th in Vermont. Buildings and Logistics provided this. The average cost related to cleaning an encampment is approximately $5,000 to $7,000 per encampment. In 2024, the Unified Government cleaned 20 encampments. In 2025, they've completed 6, and they have 4 yet to be completed. So moving to the ordinance. The terms included in this draft are consistent with most unlawful camping ordinances. Camp is defined here to use property for living accommodation purposes. Activities include, but are not limited to, sleeping activities or preparing to sleep, including the laying down of bedding for the purpose of sleeping. And I'm not going to read every single line, but all of these factors are to be considered in each circumstance. Section 2, flood control, means the system's comprised of flood walls, levees, pump stations, and ponding areas that serve to protect the city from flooding. Camping in those areas creates a health and safety risk for those camping, but also it exacerbates blockages in drainage infrastructure and affects our ability to maintain flood control. Personal property, which we address later in the impoundment sections, means any and all tangible property and includes but is not limited to goods, materials, buckets, furniture, merchandise, tents, tarpaulins, bedding, sleeping bags, huts, lean-tos, hammocks, personal items such as luggage, backpacks, clothing, wagons, trailers, shopping carts, truck campers, documents, medication, and other household items or any other shelter or structure. Again, this definition is consistent with most unlawful camping ordinances, not only in Kansas, but across the nation. Public property means any publicly owned property, including but not limited to streets, sidewalks, alleys, golf courses, bike paths, walking trails, parks, parking lots, parking garages, easements, improved or unimproved land, or any buildings or physical structures owned, leased, or managed by the unified government or other governmental agency. Again, consistent with other ordinances in both our state and in the United States. Public right-of-way, and I just want to note, we have another, we address public right-of-way in other places in our code. This definition for public right-of-way is unique to this ordinance. So it includes the entire width of the area from the property line to the property line, including all area intended, designed, or used for vehicular or pedestrian traffic in the area between the roadway and the abutting private property line. So Section B, unlawful camping on public property. It is unlawful and a public nuisance for any person to camp in or upon any public property or public right-of-way unless such person or persons have been granted a temporary permit by the unified government allowing such activity. This section requires 48 hours notice to vacate, which is required under due process. I've mentioned before, everybody's constitutional rights still apply. So the length of the notice varies from city to city, but 48 hours is common. It's probably the most common length of time in these unlawful camping ordinances, and it's reasonably sufficient to satisfy our due process requirements. Section 2, only if the person refuses to leave or refuses to remove their property after the 48 hours notice, or if they were previously provided notice, may they be cited. So as long as they leave, they will not be cited. And our police department can provide more information on that. But generally, our goal is always compliance. And as long as someone complies, they do not cite. This section addresses immediate removal. Again, it's similar to many ordinances. These areas that are included here, the areas in or under bridges, overpasses, and/or highways, places within 50 feet of any bus shelter, median, roadway, highway, traffic circle, etc., within 20 feet of any doorway, any land deemed dangerous by virtue of contamination, any land used for flood control, any area within 500 feet of any playground equipment, school or childcare facility, and on, within 500 feet of any public or private swimming pool or public or private golf course, or inside or within 50 feet of a public restroom. Those are all areas that pose health and safety concerns or may adversely affect others trying to use those services or facilities. Again, like the previous section, only if the person refuses to leave or refuses to remove their property, or if they've been given prior notice, may they be cited. So they won't be cited as long as they leave and remove their property. Section D, unlawful camping on private property. This just addresses, I think, what people would normally assume the law would be, right? So unless such person is the owner, lessee, licensee, or tenant of such property, it is unlawful and a public nuisance for any person to camp on private property. It is unlawful and a public nuisance for any person to camp or sleep on private property in any of the following places without written permission of the owner or person entitled to possession. Such permission must include the name, address, and phone number of the person giving such authorization. This section simply protects people's private property rights. Again, as long as you have permission and authorization to be on the person's property, this section of the ordinance would not apply to you. However, if the person doesn't have authorization, the departments in charge of enforcement of this ordinance would be entitled to immediately remove the person without prior notice. And again, consistent with the previous sections, excuse me, the person will only be cited if the individual refuses to leave or immediately removal of their personal property, or if the individual has previously been provided notice that camping in that area is not permitted, or if the area contains clearly visible signage stating that the property is private or that no trespassing is allowed on the property. That's section 5 right there. Other areas in our code address some circumstances that would overlap here. So like unfit structures and various parts of our planning and zoning code. And so the language in section 5 is just to make sure we're not conflicting with those sections of our code. Subsection E, impounding of personal property. Due process requires that we provide notice prior to seizing an individual's property. And part of that is if there are things of value, we are required to maintain that for safekeeping until that person may have an opportunity to recover it. So these next 3 sections address that. So it shall be unlawful for any person to fail to remove personal property located on the property as described in this section after 48 hours of receiving notice. All such personal property which is not removed following the required notice may be impounded by the unified government in accordance with the provisions which are then set forth within the next sections. In the event personal property poses an immediate threat to the health or safety of the public, it may be removed without prior notice and discarded. Immediate threat shall include, but not be limited to, personal property that has been tainted with blood or other bodily fluids, feces, urine, bedbugs, fleas, or other pests, soiled, wet, or mildewed property, or property that blocks the ingress and egress to buildings, sidewalks, bike paths, walking trails, or walkways. So the photos that were included in the beginning of the PowerPoint kind of give examples of some of the property that would likely fall under this classification. Obviously, evidence of a crime or contraband may be removed without prior notice, and then personal property may be immediately removed without prior notice for those violations of unlawful camping that occur on private property or Section C, which involves immediate removal. Again, due process requires notice. So we provide notice as long as the notice is served on the person in possession of or claiming ownership of the personal property or posted conspicuously on or near the personal property prior to removal of such property. And the notice must contain those following terms. Following removal of personal property without prior notice, a notice consistent with the provisions above will be posted in a visible location. So for those circumstances where property is impounded or removed or destroyed in one of those emergency situations, we still need to provide notice to the person that lived in that area so they're aware of what was removed or taken or moved to the police department or sheriff's office for impoundment. G addresses the disposition of the impounded property. So personal identifiable property such as identification documents and medication shall be impounded as personal property and retained by the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department or Wyandotte County Sheriff's Office for 30 days. Again, the notice that was posted will provide date and location of where the property is. So presumably the person would be able to respond to the police department if they wanted to collect their items. The Kansas City, Kansas Police Department runs a city ID program for unsheltered individuals, and they are here and they can give more details about that. But again, that's something if somebody had that in their possession, we would retain and impound and keep until they were able to recover that. Section 2, items that are soiled or have been exposed to elements or of a de minimis monetary value shall be destroyed. The property site, including personal property, should be photographed prior to removal by the UG employee or other person authorized by the UG to remove or impound such property. The UG will also be required to maintain a record of the items removed from the campsite, the dates any personal property was impounded, released, discarded, and/or disposed of. And then the owner or any other person entitled to retain to the retained personal property may retrieve the personal property prior to its disposal upon submitting satisfactory proof of ownership. This is how the police department handles other types of found or lost property in their property room. It's consistent with that. Section H is just, it includes the departments that regularly enforce some of our encampments already. And so they are the most impacted by unlawful camping, and they're also the ones that have the resources to address it, as well as the training. And so this is who is listed, but if other departments would need to be added, that's an easy amendment. Section I, again, because we have a big code, right? So we don't want to conflict with language in other sections of our code, and we want to make sure that, for example, if we issue temporary permits for Parks and Rec, for various camping programs, that we don't create a law that makes that impossible to happen. So this is just simply addressing the fact that we have other applicable sections in our code that will apply. Section J addresses the penalties. Any person who is convicted of a violation of any of the provisions of this chapter shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $200, or by imprisonment for not more than 30 days, or by both such fine and imprisonment. However, if it is shown to the court that the person convicted is indigent, the court may, in its discretion, order that such person, in lieu of the payment imposed or court costs, be allowed to perform public service to satisfy the payment of those fines and court costs. The penalty section here is, again, consistent with the unlawful camping ordinances both in our state and across the nation. It's basically a Class C misdemeanor. Class C misdemeanors, the fines usually go up to $500 and up to 30 days imprisonment. If I supervise our prosecutor's office, if our municipal court judges were here, they would tell you they rarely issue jail sentences and, try to find alternative ways to address penalties. Section 2, in addition to the penalties set forth herein, the unified government may institute civil actions because we frequently have to abate these properties. So it's just giving us the ability to abate if we need to. K is, again, just a clause that lots of ordinances have. It just makes sure that if any conflicts exist, that we are able to address this in any way we are able to under the code. Severability, that's just a savings clause. So that if there's a conflict in the future, or if it ends up being preempted by federal or state law, then the portions that are illegal in the ordinance will be removed and the portions that are legal will remain. So that is all I have for my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be here.
Thank you, Council. Commissioner Bynum has a question.
Thank you. Couple questions about the ordinance. There was a section D, and I don't remember which number it was, but it talked about the written authorization by a property owner to be there. I'm just curious, if I'm a private property owner and someone's on my property without permission today, right now, can I not have them removed?
Well, if you need to be a complainant and you need to sign a trespass form.
No, I could
This-
sign a trespass.
You could if you were here. Sometimes our private property owners are not physically present. And so the police department or their law enforcement might be aware of someone trespassing on private property, but they're unable to take care of that because the private property owner is unavailable or otherwise unable to be a complainant. This would allow removal of that person if they were not able to provide proof that they're unauthorized to be there.
Thanks. Just out of curiosity, one of the very first slides was 14 North Bokeh. Is that private property or public property? Because I can't find it on our land records. Does anybody know?
That's
Land
land
bank.
bank property.
There was an item G1 about getting back your personal property, like your documents, your
Yes.
important documents.
Yes.
So this to the side, what's that process like now? If, for example, my car gets towed and I need my stuff out of the glove box, is it gonna be like that?
I'm gonna,
The retrieving of my personal documents?
I'll let the police department.
So how it's going right now, when I have to move homeless camps, we give them the opportunity to remove their stuff. If there's stuff that's left behind that's of value, then it's taken and put in police property.
Mhm.
But we give them right now, at this point, 7 to 10 days, if not more. So we do give them notice right now when I have to move them off private property or public property. Private property is immediate because that's your property. You have a right for them not to be on there. Public, I usually give them 7, 10 days, and sometimes as much as 30 days, depending on the abatement process. So right now, they have a lengthy time to remove all their property.
Where's their property held?
We're the police property room, if
So someone would come to the police department and it spoke about showing evidence that that's their paperwork. That's what it speaks to here in the ordinance. And I'm just curious, what would they show you?
Usually when people come to our property room, they show ID. A lot of the homeless people that I work with, that I help them with the city ID program. I've presented to all of you.
Yeah.
I've worked with many of these people out here the same way. So a lot of them actually bring me their clients to do the city ID program. So if they have some form of ID, that's how you get your property back to that step. A lot of times when we also go in these camps, we also tell the people to take all their stuff, but at the same time, if we have contact, we know who we had contact with. And if so they've left it behind, we would put that on the paperwork. If we haven't had contact, there's no way for us to know unless it says, this is John Smith's.
I was just trying to like logically make my way through that portion of it. Cause if it's a photo ID, yeah, you're John, but if it's my birth certificate or my marriage license or my divorce decree, a photo ID is what you would be requesting to identify that those are my documents.
That's usually what it's at our police property room,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council. Sorry, Commissioner Stites?
District 7. I have a quick question. Is there still a loitering ordinance? And can you tell us what that means in itself and how that differs from what we're talking about right now?
Yes, Commissioner, there is a loitering ordinance, excuse me. And loitering primarily just addresses blocking the ingress and egress of public places, or I actually have it, it's section 22-122 of Unified Government Code. So it means to remain idle in essentially one location, includes the concept of spending time idly to be dilatory. That's a fancy definition. It's in our ordinance. But what it really addresses is the obstruction of any public street, public highway, public sidewalk, or any other public place or building by hindering or impeding or tending to hinder or impede the free and uninterrupted passage of vehicles, traffic, or pedestrians. Or commit in or upon any public street, public highway, public sidewalk, or any other public place or building, any act or thing which is an obstruction or interference to the free and uninterrupted use of property, or with any business lawfully conducted by anyone in or upon or facing or fronting on any such public street, public highway, public sidewalk, or any other public place or building, all of which prevents the free and uninterrupted ingress, egress, and regress therein. So that is what loitering addresses.
Okay, it's interesting that the mayor brought up, and spoke about the churches and the groups that are out there actually coming together to work as one and versus, maybe being siloed. And I used the example today, and I thought about this a lot in the last several days, of how I was going to go about this and thinking about it. And you know, so I spent many years at the police department, and I ran across people that wanted to be unhoused. That was the way they wanted to live. So my question regarding that specific instance, what would we do? What would somebody do if they're not seeking help? They're comfortable with way they're living right now, but yet they are in a place that is not, that we're saying is not acceptable, right? The easement or the right of way of a bank or a business or somewhere, or a field that is visual from that's on private property, but no one really is there to sign a complaint on it. Well, I mean, if they're not asking for services or trying to get help, and I totally understand the fact that we have folks out there that housing is an issue, and mental health helping. I was an officer that was trained in I almost said SEPTED, which I was in SEPTED, but now it's been many years since I retired there. The training, the CIT training, right? And that paid dividends to be able to recognize and try to help. But there was only so many places that we could take or do with them to get them help. So I know I'm going, different directions. What would we currently do with someone that, and then I'm going to give you an example of when I talked to a law enforcement officer out of our county today of what they've ran into.
Well, I think the police department could answer that better than I could.
Yes, we come across.
You need your name and rank,
sorry.
please.
I'm Ken Anderson. I'm a deputy chief at the police department. We do come across people, and I'm going to say most of the ones we come across are suffering some type of mental illness. So what do? We take them, like you said, the crisis intervention training, we try to get 90% of our police department trained in that to where they can take them to KU or other medical facility and have them hopefully want to get help. And if not, we will try to involuntarily get them help. But I can tell you these days, it seems like they're there less than 12 to 24 hours and they get released and then they're right back out again. So, I wish I had all the answers for that. I would be a rich man if I did.
Sure.
But I don't have all the answers for it.
Well, I appreciate the answer. And I will tell you that many people that I spoke with in the last 24 hours regarding this, I said, I wish I knew the answer. I wish I knew how to fix this because I would fix it. We don't have unlimited funds where we can just throw money out there and build shelters left and right. Is there a way to divert it? Is there other way to get those other nonprofits together and maybe pool their resources that where we're all pulling the rope in the same direction and not, if you got 100 people pulling in the same direction, it's better than 10 people pulling in opposite directions. So but they're trying to get to the same goal. So there was a sheriff's officer sheriff, I don't know if it's the same person that arrested a person 12 different times at a park for being in there after hours, after they closed, trespassing. 12 different times. The 12th time, I believe is what they said, they brought, I think it was Red Cross with them this time, and said, "We are here to give you help. We want to." He said, "I'm not interested in it." So that's the problem. That's where I have that's hang up on not knowing what to do. How do you handle somebody that just does not want the help? It's easy it's not that easy to help the people that want the help, but the ones that absolutely don't want it, it's hard to know what to do, right? I, I 100% agree that the housing, I thought that the tiny homes Commissioner Davis was talking about it and I knew it was Eden Village, but I didn't want to interrupt and say it, but he got around it and got to it, that are, more affordable, folks that have the dignity of having their own space, their own place. I'm not sure that the direction of the ordinance is where we need to be, but I don't know how we address the people that are suffering from the people that are causing those businesses problems. We also owe it to them to represent them. We represent those businesses and the people that own those businesses. So how do we do both? That's what I don't know how to do. And I don't know that this does it by criminalizing and giving somebody a $200 ticket. And I know that everybody's not getting a $200 ticket. But how do we, I wish I knew the answer, and I'm struggling with this one because I have compassion regarding this, but I also have respect for the folks that are coming forward and saying, and you see the pictures, you see the folks that are hanging out, that are some that are just loitering, right? I think that there's some that I've been made aware of that might go to the Frank Williams Center that take advantage of the services that are there and then just hang out. Just hang out there. Just not that they're homeless, because I don't think all of them are. They're there to get the services. They eat, they do their thing, and then it's just becomes a congregation of people that just aren't going home or somewhere else.
I can tell you this, I think someone earlier tonight said, I think one of the last counts on the homeless they did was about 252. And I would say that's probably pretty accurate. And a lot more people than that use the services that are being provided. Somebody made a comment earlier about how the police have taken over 7th and Minnesota. And yes, we have done enforcement down there because of the complaints we have received. I can tell you some of the incidents we've had, specifically at 7th and Minnesota at the bus stop. We had an individual that was sitting on a bus stop or sitting on one of the benches, and a subject ran up from east on 7th Street and struck him in the head with a hammer. That's a problem for the police department. We have to control crime. We can't let it get out of whack. And a little bit further, you go north a little bit on 7th Street, we had a homeless person commit a murder on another homeless person right there in the parking lot. Those are the things that we try to deal with. And it's, like I said before, I wish I had all the answers. I truly don't. But I think from our standpoint, we have to be able to do something when the problem is so bad that people are being injured, because the homeless people are the victims as well as some of the ones committing the crimes. So
Well, I've also heard, stories, and I don't know, I haven't done it, but of folks that are taking the bus from maybe over in Independence or Kansas City, Missouri, or are taking the free ride to our city to take advantage of the services. And and then maybe taking that free ride, to go to another spot, and then at the end of the day, heading back. Obviously I don't know, because I would have to be, with them and see it and ask them and talk to them. But I don't know if the bus services, that's part of our problem. At the end of the day, housing is the answer, and having places for mental health issues, reach to have mental health places that people can go. I remember back in the days at the police department, everybody, we went to the I might wait until I get the unit recharged. But we would take them down to Osawatomie to get evaluated. I don't know what that looks like in today's world. I don't know what we're doing or to address that. But I really do think that we need to try to figure out how we can bring the masses together to come up with a viable solution also. But that can't happen, and it takes 6 months to occur, because we still have the problems that are being depicted today, and people are talking about businesses that are struggling, people that are getting hurt, some even getting killed. So I'll be quiet. It's late, but I'm just real struggling with the whole situation here. Thanks.
Clerk, who was next at presentation?
Assistant County Administrator Allen House.
Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. Mayor, earlier this week, you'd asked to bring some additional information forward regarding kind of what the UG is doing around homelessness and what some of those sort of opportunities might be. So staff has collected some information, and we'll run through this real quick, again, recognizing that it's late. The annual point in time count, so this is showing 5 years of that data. This is, I believe, the unsheltered person. Well, it is the unsheltered persons. So you can see that number sort of climbing through 2024, dropping in 2025. The point in time count is done in January, and it's sort of recognized as a measure, although not necessarily a great measure because of the time of year and sort of the variability around weather. Here's some of the demographics from the 2025 point in time count, as well as a QR code if somebody is out there and wants to pull it up and look at it and read it in totality. They can do that, kind of get a sense of the age distribution and the race distribution. There's a lot of demographic information in this point in time count, that the Continuum of Care and the Greater Kansas City Coalition to End Homelessness is the lead agency on our KC regional point in time count. So sort of data points, getting an accurate count is a challenge. So there are multiple sources of data. There are multiple places where people are going to get services. There's this point in time count. There's the by name list that is held. There's unique client lists that the different nonprofits and service organizations are holding. Our medical service providers like KU Med and others, are also serving folks. And then, as you heard earlier, the schools have the McKinney-Vento program that is supporting families and children. And you can see the most recent data from the state of Kansas on full year, the counts for the different school districts. These are student counts that were in the McKinney-Vento program. So they were housing unstable, 762 in USD 500, 90 in Turner, 27 in Piper, and 19 in Bonner Springs. So it is something that is affecting all of the school districts across the county. While a lot of the focus has been on local government, obviously here tonight in this conversation, I think it's also worth
pointing out that a lot of what we're talking about is also dealing with state government and federal government. Was talking about substance abuse and mental health treatment. Both of those are primarily state functions, and the funding for those primarily comes through the state. We know that there is a months-long backlog for mental health services in our state mental health hospitals. We know there's a significant shortage of substance abuse treatment, both inpatient and outpatient treatment options that are available for people. And we know that people sort of cycle in and cycle out. So there are also policies like Medicaid, the state Medicaid policy. If you're in Larned for 30 days, you lose your Medicaid coverage. Then when you come out of there, you've got to reapply and you've got to go through the whole process of trying to get coverage. In that period, you don't have access to medication and funding. So there are some policy things that are also could be perpetuating the challenge here in discharging people into homelessness. We did try and work with the state. The state actually had some funding through the federal government for a homeless coordinator. We were offered that, and then that funding was withdrawn as the federal government made its changes. So we don't have a central coordinator within the unified government. And that's something we've struggled with. Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Bynum and others have talked about this, the need for a focal point that is so focused on this when they wake up and when they go to bed, and putting together a strategy that can then be executed. And then federal government provides funding through HUD's Emergency Services Grant to the city of Kansas City, Kansas. And then they also provide funding through HUD for the Regional Continuum of Care organization that then provides additional funding out to service providers. Willa Gill, current services, the food kitchen, open 365, serves several hundred people. The majority of those, according to the food kitchen, are not homeless. They're actually just people that are coming from the surrounding area generally, and it's run by volunteers and at no cost to the unified government. Mount Carmel provides case management services for poor and homeless, so trying to keep people from becoming homeless. They provide things like a mail address location. The Willa Gill was the site of the cold weather shelter last year, and the current building is about 10,500 square feet. So what are some of the things that the UG funds related to homeless activity? So we have the HUD Emergency Services Grant funds. The Health Department has a Department of Justice grant for street outreach and substance abuse. The Police Department's Community Policing Program, as you heard from Sergeant Joyce, they go out on weekly visits. The KCK Fire Department has the Community Paramedicine Program that is involved in providing support and engagement with people who are experiencing homelessness. Wyandotte Behavioral, we provide a little bit of mill levy funding through the county side of the budget. This is, in their overall budget, it's not a huge piece, but there is county money that goes into that. Buildings and logistics and the facility maintenance work, you saw some of those pictures earlier. And then campsite cleanup, streets, parks, buildings and logistics, NRC, and code enforcement, all involved in those sort of activities. So the Emergency Services Grant, this is one of the primary funding sources. And again, it's through the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. There's 4 primary objectives of that are street outreach, emergency shelter, homeless prevention, rapid rehousing. So how does that get used? And this chart, and I won't go through it in detail, but if you want to see where the money from the Emergency Services Grant that we get goes, this will tell you where that's going by those categories and by the organizations that are receiving those. We did rebid that this year under the direction of Kay Sharp, our Director of Community Development, and we have some new organizations that are now receiving emergency services grants funding that haven't previously been in the program. So we are trying to broaden that reach out. And then at the bottom, you can see, in addition to the emergency services grant, there's funding that comes both from the UG General Fund as well as from the Community Development Block Grant funding that is used to support the Willa Gill Center activities and the cold weather shelter. And you can see the totals there, again, for the general fund and for CDBG funding for those activities. In terms of sheltering homeless, as you all know, no year-round homeless shelter in Wyandotte County. Warming shelter is open during severe cold. This is basically 25 degrees and below. And then the cooling centers, we have cooling centers that are open during periods of high heat, and that includes our community centers and we make that information more broadly available. And again, you can see that there's a number of departments who are involved in severe weather response, some of which I've mentioned before. And so it's really a team effort to try and support these activities when they're needed. I'll just jump through this. We talked about the severe winter weather shelter. We are going out for a bid now on getting a provider to run that for this coming winter. It is funded on a per night basis, and it's again 25 degrees and below. KCK Fire Department. So again, the community paramedicine program, they provide care both on site during when the warming shelter is open, and to folks when they're engaging in street outreach. And you can see the numbers there, 24 and 2025 year to date. They have responded to 245 incidents, and it kind of breaks those down. Unknown medical being the largest category there, illegal burn incidents being the second, and tree brush grass fires being the third. There's been one confirmed structure fire that was at a homeless camp, and there was one fire outside of a structure and 3 legal burn incidents and 1 fatality in that time period with the death of an unhoused individual due to fire. So fire department is very involved in this, and really appreciate their work on this. Same with KCK Police Department. So they do keep detailed data on the calls for service that they get. So in the year 2024, full year, they got 1,329 calls for service related to homeless investigations. They run the street outreach team. They assist with the winter severe weather shelter. They run the city ID program, as you heard. They help with state ID assistance, distribute information about all the services that are available in the community. So when they're out doing the outreach, they're sharing that information widely. As you heard, they're doing the CIT training for officers on how to engage with people who may be having a mental health crisis. And they have a co-responder program as well. And then you can see there the calls for service over a period of time, how that call volume has changed over time. And then you can see during the year, there is also variability during the time of season. You can also see the heat map there at the top and shows a pretty broad sort of distribution, certainly concentration of areas, but a broad distribution across the community where these calls for service are coming in. So repeat there. So the street outreach team, again, Sergeant Joyce has led these efforts. It's a joint team with PD, Cross Lines, the Health Department, Wyandotte Behavioral Health, all going out to various sites around the community. The Health Department is focused on substance abuse, and they have this DOJ grant that is providing to Health Department staff that goes along and tries to engage in getting people into substance recovery services, as well as providing harm reduction kits there. Keep going here. So a couple of the approaches, again, I'm not going to belabor this point. We've heard a lot about the Homelessness Service Center concept. The Mayor's Task Force came forward with a recommendation on a year-round homeless services center that was integrated with wraparound services in one place and had that overnight year-round shelter capability. And then, as others have noted, homelessness reflects kind of the housing shortage, and it's particularly acute at the bottom of the housing market. There are areas and policy changes that can increase that supply of available housing. I know members of the commission have been looking at that, both on the supply side, as well as members of the Mayor's Business Development Task Force who have been looking at ways to streamline and reduce the regulatory burden, including things like reducing the parking minimums on mixed-use buildings that have second-story apartments and those sort of things. Trying to both address this from how do we make it easier to do building, as well as what are some of the regulatory things that are built into our zoning code and others that are inhibiting the production of housing, and particularly the production of housing at the lower end of the market, where it is most acute, not only for people who are homeless, but starter homes for people who are trying to get started with a family, those sorts of things. All of that housing is needed really at all levels. And that diversity of housing type at all levels expands overall supply of housing and does create those opportunities to ameliorate and reduce homelessness for those folks who, for many very reasons, as you've heard tonight, find themselves in a situation where they are unable to meet housing at our current market rates. So that's just a brief overview, Mayor. I'm happy to stand for any questions the commission might have. Again, I know it's late.
Thank you. Mr. Allen. Clerk, who's up next?
We do have Chief Rubin from our fire department.
Thank you. We put together, Dennis Rubin, Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department. We put together a brief report. I've got paper copies of it that go into a little bit more detail as compared to what was described by the Assistant County Administrator. The reporting systems that we use don't allow us to capture information specifically about homeless. We've been in a system that is called the National Incident Reporting System. It's a federal government process for about the past 26 years. Just a few months ago, it changed to the National Emergency Response Information System that does allow us to capture that data. So of the 254 alarms that we received directly working with homeless responses, we're pretty sure it's significantly higher than that. Probably in any given day, when the weather allows, we will respond to a person that appears to a person driving by that is unconscious and unresponsive, and they'll simply be sleeping. So if you'll look at the chart, probably the easiest one is the third page in. We responded to 254. I'm sorry, 45. The next page is a scatter graph that'll give you some idea of exactly where those responses were. The one fire fatality that was reported, we actually responded about a half a block into Kansas City, Missouri. We didn't realize that we were in their community. When we did, we called them. They did the investigation, but in fact, we had unfortunately, the homeless person that had burned to death. We're very proud of our community paramedic program. I think our community paramedicine member may still be here. We appreciate her. Yes. That is a trend that has taken over the nation, where what we try to do is to get with folks who need services in their home before they need the full fire department response. It saves a lot of money, but much more importantly, it provides care and services to help folks, whether they're homeless or not, long before they ever need that type of care. And I got to tell you, she does an incredible job. If there were financial capabilities, we'd love to expand that program to have more capacity. But at this point, we're doing the very best that we can and are engaged at every level that we can be with any of the homeless programs. Questions, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief. Clerk?
Mayor, we have Tom Lally.
Before we have a question, Commissioner Lopez?
Yes, Chief Rubin, I got a quick question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to find the address, but it would be over off Federal. So in reference, I'm thinking of 1400 Federal, but that's not, it's right next to it. There's an abandoned apartment complex over in the Rosedale area where the homeless have caused a fire several times. It's been somebody out of Florida, I think, owns the place, but it was shut down because of I think black mold or something, and they had to fence it off. But the homeless they were in there doing whatever and caught fire, and now we got all this black mold burning and going in the air, and the neighbors there's a couple neighbors that got pretty sick. I'm speculating. I don't know if that's where it caused it, but black mold is not good. I know that. Things like that. Has there been any more fires there? Do you know?
Yeah, not at that facility, sir, but relative to Dennis Rubin Fire Department, relative to involving homeless people. Unfortunately, we had a homeless person break in to the Subway sandwich shop, Southwest Boulevard and 7th Street. They set such a significant fire, the fire department had to fully engage. At that incident, a vehicle ran over a hose line. The hose line struck a firefighter who has been out of work. It's probably going to cost this community close to about $1 million in that one case. He's had 4 operations, and I learned today he's got yet a fifth operation on the 18th of this month. I hope you keep a good thought and a prayer. But the damage done to his body was just devastating. And again, it was a homeless person that was deranged, a mental health issue. And lit again a significant fire in the business. I'm not sure that the business is reopened, but we see that from time to time. And we also have a very difficult time determining who set fires. A few nights ago, we had I'm sorry, it was last night. We had a fire just off of Central Avenue. That was an abandoned, vacant, derelict home that pretty much burned to the ground. Clearly, it was an arson fire. Clearly, it was a set fire. There's really very little value. We'll do the best investigation that we can. We certainly can determine the cause, which we have. However, to connect that to a person is going to take quite a lot of effort and money that we don't have, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. We have Mr. Tom Lally. He'll come forward. He's actually the chair of the Mayor's Task Force on Homelessness and Neighbors in Need.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I think I've changed my presentation several times listening to all the wonderful comments this evening. And I do want to thank my colleagues and the citizens for all their comments tonight. I do represent Hillcrest Transitional Housing. We have a large campus at 31st in Minnesota here in Kansas City, Kansas. And Commissioner Hill and I do co-chair the Mayor's Task Force on Neighbors in Need and Unhoused Residents. Commissioner Stites, you had made a comment and asked a question about not having the answers. And Commissioner, I don't think, in my humble opinion, there is a specific answer. We, as you heard from all the wonderful comments this evening, we are talking about, we're working with, we're involving ourselves with human beings, and we are unique human beings. And for everyone that is experiencing homelessness, either literal homelessness or housing insecurity, economic insecurity, we all bring different things. So we have to approach it at multiple levels. Housing First, rapid rehousing is an absolute wonderful program, but that doesn't solve it for everybody. So I think we have to, and I think we are getting to that approach where we're bringing all the voices together for a lot of the different opportunities and solutions. A couple things that I did want to mention is, and I truly appreciate the point in time count. I've never felt that those numbers were completely accurate, and it's no fault for the agencies that do it. I just think it's underrepresented because there are a lot of individuals out there that are experiencing homelessness that may not be counted. I think we sometimes agree to that. I like to focus on the number 36,000. I think in the last census for Wyandotte County, there were 36,000 individuals that were at or below poverty level. That's an entire commission district. And those are some individuals that might be couch surfing. They might not be literally homeless, but they are absolutely housing insecure. And they are one decision, one event away from being literally homeless. And I think we also, as we're talking about providing those services for those that are literally homeless, we also absolutely have to go lockstep to talk about how do we provide services and keep those individuals properly housed and properly served. We are talking, and I think it is an absolute priority, about relocating the Willa Gill Center. With the $75 million development for the KCK downtown campus, that's a wonderful opportunity, but it is having to relocate the Willa Gill Center. I'd like to think of it as a wonderful opportunity for better wraparound services when we do locate that one final destination for the Willa Gill Center. It has to be the Taj Mahal. It has to be the absolute best place for all of our services, for wraparound services, for the warming shelter, for the hot lunch, all of those services. And it's going to be a decision that this body will make, but please, I hope you are hearing the input from all of my colleagues, all the citizens around here. The one thing that I want to stress is as much as a lot of things, homelessness, housing insecurity, economic insecurity is an economic development issue. And the one group that we do not have strong voices at the table is the business community. I think the business community does a wonderful job of identifying the problem. I think the business community needs to step up and provide some solutions. The business community needs to provide job training. They need to provide better jobs. They need to invest in affordable housing. They need to fund some of these programs because at the end of the day, if we rely on the unified government, and with all due respect, if we rely on the unified government, you're not in the best position to solve homelessness. If we rely solely on the nonprofit communities, we can't do that. We have our own individual kind of workload to do, and it's becoming more and more difficult in today's economic climate. So we have to partner, the government, the nonprofits, and we absolutely have to bring forth the business community because they do have some resources, they do have clout, they do have the jobs, and I think all of us together can really have some of these solutions. The last thing that I want to mention is as we're talking about some other solutions, and I think Commissioner Stites, I think you might have mentioned it, and Mayor, you might have mentioned it, about for those individuals that are resistant at a point in their life for permanent housing, how can we best serve them out in the community? And I think there's some options. I think there's some examples throughout the nation of kind of controlled camping, safe parking spots, especially for those individuals that might be living in their car either temporarily or long-term. Where do they park, and what are those ramifications? How can we keep them safe as well? So we absolutely have to keep all of those things in mind. And when we think we have it solved today, life is going to happen to someone tomorrow, and that person is going to become economic and housing insecure. So this is going to be an ongoing problem, and if we get ahead of it, if we keep people from falling off the waterfall versus catching them at the bottom of the waterfall, I think this community will be even that much better. We continue to work on it. Commissioner Hill and I continue to work on it. A lot of the other agencies are providing that great input and resource. It's going to take money. It's going to take money. I know the unified government has committed some dollars. I think there's philanthropic dollars. There's advocacy availability for additional federal dollars, although that is obviously becoming less and less. But I think when we put together that philanthropic fundraising business development plan, I think people will step up, foundations will step up locally, and will be able to help fund this wonderful location for the relocation of Willow-Gill.
Thank you. Question from Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Mr. Lawley, when was the last time your meeting information, the PD was involved in your meeting with the task force?
Commissioner, the larger task force hasn't met in about a year. We've broken off in a smaller group, kind of a more focused group with several agencies focused exclusively on helping with the relocation of the Willow-Gill Center.
Right. I think it would be pertinent that for now on and to meet sooner, to always include PD. That way everybody's on the same page. Definitely.
Understood.
It's very, very important. That way, yeah, everybody knows what's going on and working together.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just along that lines, Commissioner, one of the small breakout groups that Mr. Lally is talking about, and we'll have Mr. Ward come up here shortly to give his presentation, but that was some of the issues at 7th in Minnesota. There was a CEPTED done from community policing, from a lot of the issues and complaints coming from businesses from that involved the indigent community. There were complaints of open-air sex acts. There was complaints of public urination, defecation, fights, open-air drug use, prostitution. other criminal acts, loitering, not just outside, but inside of businesses as well. Added security that a lot of these businesses simply said they can't afford. And the complaint was is that it not only impacted the safety of their employees, feeling unsafe to go to work, but also impacted the patrons and customers not really wanting to go anywhere near our downtown because of, if not the actual activities that everybody can see, but some of the perceptions. And so there was a task force created from some of the businesses, and we did include the police department. Several of the organizations, Mr. Lally group, just about every social service group that you can think of had a seat at the table, along with unified government staff. The Housing Authority has been at several of those meetings trying to come up with solutions. But again, Mr. Lally hit it on the nose. Not one entity has a solution to this problem. I say it again, I've gone to DC and talked to some high-powered mayors, and not one comes up with a sustainable solution to this problem. Not one, other than we need more money. Everybody knows housing. I went to, made it a point when I went to San Antonio. I went to their facility. They have an awesome $100 million plus campus to deal with this issue. And they don't have a 100% success rate. And even those individuals that they identify to get into housing, a lot of those individuals need constant attention and care and supervision or social work to make sure that these folks stay on the wagon, not just to get into housing, but then you have to get them jobs so they can maintain their quality of life and their dignity. Those individuals that are dealing with mental illness, you got to make sure they take their medications and they go to their doctor visits and things like that. Those individuals with criminal records are very challenging when you talk about those with felonious, because the challenge for them is, and I've talked to some of them, why would I go work at a warehouse for $7.25 when I can stay on the street and live the street life? I've had people tell me that. And I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not even saying I understand it, but that's the mentality that's out there from those individuals that live those types of lifestyles. Then you deal with those individuals that that are chronically, they use drugs. I don't understand. I've never used drugs. I don't know the reason behind it. We've all had issues. I've been depressed, like I'm behind issues and things that have happened in my life over my time from being a teenager throughout life, but I've never used drugs. I don't understand what leads and points people in that. I'm not an expert at that, but it's a huge problem. And I've dealt with people in my past profession. I've seen them get clean. I've seen them get their lives together, and then they fall back and they regress right back and fall back off the wagon. Same with those individuals that you think they're on the right path. You get them a job, and they have criminal records, and then they're right back in jail, and they're institutionalizing themselves. This is a huge issue, folks, and it's not something the government can solve. It's not something one social service group can solve. Our businesses, it's going to take a collective of the willing in our community to come up with these real solutions. And ultimately, it comes down, Tyrone, what does Tyrone want for my life? Am I going to be committed to be a good resident, a good citizen, a good neighbor, to try and get my act together, to get a job, to get housing, so I can be and represent my community well? Some of that is individual, and that's something we don't talk about. I have an obligation not to trash my community. I have an obligation not to harm others. I have an obligation to want to be a good neighbor and a good citizen. Some people don't understand that because they deal with mental illness. These are people, and we know the funding at the state and the federal level has dropped off. There is no money to help these individuals live the types of lifestyles that would improve their quality of life. I don't have an answer for that. But that's where I go and say, and I like what you hit on, I'd like to see something philanthropic, a program where Wyandotte cares, where we bring all our groups together and we fundraise to address these issues. We had something called I believe it was RSI, to where the police department would take these individuals, as opposed to taking them to jail, would take them to a facility to where they could get the help and the treatment they needed. And that was really a great tool for police and law enforcement to be able to do. We don't have that broad facility anymore because the funding just isn't there. So I encourage individuals, and anybody that's watching, what was presented is what the unified government is doing, but the unified government is doing that on a shoestring budget with very limited staff. The police department is already understaffed. They don't have the staff to go out and being able to do the types of things that we want them to do, and really they need to do, as well as answer the calls for service from those individuals that pick up the phone and say, I'm getting robbed, I'm getting beat, or I'm in a domestic violence situation. The police department doesn't have those resources, and it's unsafe for them to go into these encampments, dealing with a lot of the things that they encounter. I've been in those situations. It comes down to what I said again. This should be an issue for everyone because it's unsafe and inhumane for anybody to live on the street, under a bridge, in the woods. I can tell you, I've got housing. Most of us in this room, I would think, are going to go home to our houses. And a lot of you would feel unsafe going out right now and walking in the woods alone by yourself, male or female, anywhere, not just in Kansas City, Kansas. So if you're homeless, I care about these people enough to say that their safety should be important as well. And that's where this ordinance comes in. It's not a fix-all. I believe I believe there was a perception that this came out of standing committee as criminalizing individuals. I think it was more about having accountability mechanisms in place to address. But as the police said, as our legal said, the first course of action from our courts and from our police department isn't to incarcerate and isn't to find these people. It's to point them and bridge them to the help and the resources they need to get them back on track. And that's the ultimate goal. And that's what I've seen from my career when I was in law enforcement. I can tell you it does no good for the police to go and arrest these people. They're going to be right back out on the street within a half hour to 45 minutes, dealing with the same issue. It's a revolving door. So their first choice of action, it's a waste of their time and paperwork to do that. If they can get them the services and the resources they need, they're going to do just that. But again, Tom, you hit on something. It comes down to money. And that's where we're going to have to pool the resources in our community. And that's something that I think is really profound that we really need to talk about. How best do we do that philanthropically to help these people and to get them back on track? And individuals that have criminal records, you know, somebody that may have done something early on in life, you know, that's not heinous. Society needs to look and say, you get another opportunity. I know years ago, this commission, I believe it was Commissioner Maddox, took something and said, we need to ban the box off of our application. You know, taking those types of things, giving these people an opportunity so they can have jobs, so they can take care of themselves, take care of their families, and get back on track and live the types of lifestyles that we all want them to live as far as being good and productive citizens. So thank you, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you, Tom. Before you leave, I just want to say thank you for your commitment to address this issue. I know you put a lot of time in it. You and I have had conversations. We haven't always agreed, but I do respect your opinion and what you do. I truly do. And I know it's a complicated issue. And as the legal was going through the ordinance, these things that are in the ordinance are issues that have been brought forth to us as commissioners from the public. And we just didn't erroneously throw them in here. So I anticipate if anything comes about from this evening's discussion, it has lit a fire back under people to get this issue addressed. Doing nothing is not an option.
Agreed.
And I sincerely appreciate your effort and your commitment to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would say, I'll go back. Mr. Lally, and he didn't say it, his task force has been there for 4 years. They need help. And I heard people say, we need to come up with a plan, we need to act, we need to come together. We have a task force here at the university, and I want to take the mayor's task force off of that. It is a community task force under the umbrella of the unified government that anybody can be a part of. It's not something for me. It's hopefully to come up with recommendations and solutions that can improve the quality of life to our residents most in need, but they need help. These individuals, Mr. Lally, thank you. He volunteers a lot of time along with other individuals that are on this task force, something they don't have to do, but they do it because they care about our community. And more importantly, they care about people. So I challenge anyone, if you really want to make a difference and get involved, there is a task force that is working to find real solutions to these problems. Commissioner Davis.
I just very quickly, Mr. Lally, were you consulted on this ordinance that we were discussing today?
No.
Okay, and I would hope that in the future, right, that we would have that. Some of this feels slightly late. I wish this information, while amazing, and thank you so much to our staff. I just wish that this information was presented to the standing committee in collaboration with you and all the other providers so that we had kind of a more robust discussion and a more balanced perspective on what we are discussing tonight. But again, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lally. I believe we have Mr. Ward. Come forward. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Ward is basically representing the, a lot of the businesses. And I think it was asked by Commissioner Davis, where did this come from? Really, it really came from the recommendation from businesses to bring an ordinance forward to really address this issue. This was community driven. It wasn't staff driven. It was not commission driven, wasn't mayor driven. It was actually community driven from the community that said, we've had enough. And if you don't do something, we might have to consider leaving your downtown. That's the message that came across to us. Not saying this is going to solve the problem. There's a lot of components to that, like we heard, but this was one part of a recommendation to address the issue.
Aaron Ward, Kansas City, Kansas resident, 66109 district, Commissioner Keynes district. So here tonight to talk to you from a business perspective. We came forward, my gosh, what was it? Probably over a year ago now, probably like last May, with a lot of concerns because of the business I work for, 7th of Minnesota. We know that's a hot spot of what we're talking about here today. I'm in charge of the security for that business. I was a police officer here in Kansas City, Kansas, and then I went on to work for the Secret Service and the federal government. So I know a lot about, I've trained a lot about dealing with people who have mental health issues, and what that incurs, what you can expect from something like that. And I can tell you my experience now. I've been with the business I'm working for almost 18 years now. Heck, I went to high school at Sumner, so I've been in the community my entire life. It's just from where we're at, it's very frustrating. It feels like as much as the police do, it still doesn't help sometimes. I would tell you that 90 to 95% of the people that we come in contact with at our business are mentally ill, and not in a small way, in a way where they have conversations with themselves nonstop and nobody else is around. That is what our experience is at our business. I can tell you probably for the 5 days of the work week, I'm running people out off our stairs, out of our window wells, and then in the parking garage, which is a city-owned garage that's attached to the building. We're running people out of the stairwells 5 days a week. And then it's very hard at that point to draw employees to come work for you when you're dealing with it on an everyday basis. When I came forward and we talked about this, I came across the Grants Pass Oregon legislation, and I saw that it had been approved by the Supreme Court. So to me, that means it's legal. So I was the one who brought that forward and said, here's your blueprint. Let's work off of this. It wasn't to have people arrested and to put them in jail. It was to give a little bit of, it was a first step, in my opinion, to give some teeth to something so that we as businesses had something to go with. You kind of feel helpless as a business, even though you pay taxes like everybody else, you kind of get ignored as a business because you're not an individual. And in the business I work for, we don't want to move. The business I work for, we've been around here for, my gosh, 75 years. We were where the bus stop was before the bus stop was there. We have a very big community presence here. And I would tell you that, and this is me speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for my business itself, but want to remain there and do business there. I would think the community would want us to stay there. So I would tell you this: this is a big ordinance for us because it gives a little bit of teeth. So when I walk out on the sidewalk or I walk to our stairs and somebody's sleeping there, I have compassion for them. I don't think they want to be there any more than I want them to be there in the first place. I know that for a fact. So what's my recourse? I walk out and I give them a little bump and go, hey, man, it's time to go. But then when I get blowback, what do? That's not fair to us as a business. You can't operate a business in a retail setting. You're trying to draw customers and employees, and you can't do that in an atmosphere where you're constantly bombarded with, and I'll go through the list of things we incur every day: panhandling, loitering, masturbation, sex, prostitution, open air drug use. So I mean, it's one of those things we incur that stuff on an everyday basis. I don't think that's fair for us as a business, and I don't think that's all. It's up to us to squash that as a business. I heard Mr. Lally say that we've got to get businesses involved in, and we're trying. I can tell you this: we spend over 6 figures a year on security at our building, with a midnight shift and a day shift, and to try to make it as safe as possible. And those 6 figures could be used somewhere else within our retail business. So that's kind of one of those things where I do know that people have the right to life, and they have the right to live the way they want to live. But that's only so much until it starts to encroach on everybody else's rights and the way everybody else. You don't have the right to defecate in public. You don't have the right to urinate in public. You don't have the right to have prostitution in public or sex in public. You don't have the right to masturbate in public. And those are all things that we endure at our business. So that's where the line is for us, is there has to be a line drawn to where there's some teeth to this, where the people who are homeless can't just run amok and do whatever they want to do with no repercussions. And that's what it feels like to us right now. I don't know how else to put it. If you're looking for clients that are homeless, that have real mental health issues, come see me at my business, and I got 20 or 30 I can help bring you to get them help, because they can't function in society right now. I can tell that. If you really want, I can help them bring clients to them to make people safe.
Again, we're going to have order in here. Let him speak,
I didn't
please.
interrupt anybody when they were talking.
Let's
so-
be respectful.
All right.
Again, I told you at the beginning, okay, this is my last warning, and I'm not playing.
When I offered that, what I'm saying is if we need to help people, clients, believe me, I can bring you people that you can help. There's 20 of them living around my building right now that I can bring to social services that truly need help. So when I say that, I'm talking about people who are no way can function in society right now, and they've proven that time and time and time again. And when we deal with them, it's the same 20 to 40 people that we deal with. It doesn't go away. So that's our plea. That's what we want help with. I don't feel like we're getting a whole lot of help. I know the police are doing the best they can, but as it's already been discussed, there's nowhere to take them. And they obviously can't function. They need to be in a long-term facility, and they're never going to make that decision on their own. They have to be put there involuntarily and actually treated. And that's not being done. So any help you guys can provide, we'd love to help out. And of course, we're for this. It would help us out tremendously. So any questions?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I mean, this is I know, I get it. This is a sticky situation here, you know. At what point, you know, you don't want to call PD and you get them arrested because it's obviously illegal for them to masturbate, have sex, whatever in public.
Sure.
That is illegal. But at the same time, is there organizations, instead of calling PD or law enforcement, call the one of the organizations, says, hey, this is what's going on. I don't want to get this guy clipped. You know, obviously there's something mentally going on. Can you come and get him? Or can you come talk to him? You know, just, is there some resource of that, you know, no, I don't know if some of these organizations would come and get him, you know what I mean? Or do they take him voluntarily? I don't understand how, but at the same time, I get where you're coming from, because now you're between a rock and a hard spot too. That would be my question, is if there's, you know, instead of getting them clipped, they're obviously something mentally wrong with them. And my heart goes out to them, it really does. But at the same time, you know, we all have to, you can't just, well, there's something wrong with them. We just don't want it. We're just gonna leave them alone. You can't do that either.
It's not a good option.
Right.
They need help severely.
I can say that, Commissioner, answer your question. When I was on the police department, I was integral in helping some of the other commanders start our CIT program as well as our co-responder program. The co-responder program did just what you talked about. Deputy Chief, I don't know if we still have that, to where we have a co-responder that works with our CRT trained officers, which should be every police officer as well as our dispatchers, to not arrest if at all possible, and to work with our co-responders to get individuals that are in crisis to the facility or to the assistance they need to help improve their quality of life. Maybe Deputy Chief, you want to talk about that real quick to answer the Commissioner's question?
Am I good?
Yes, currently we have 2 co-responders. But like I said before, we do take people and we try to get them to commit themselves voluntarily. Sometimes that doesn't work, and we do involuntarily commit them. And I can give you one example that I'm aware of. And a lot of the mental health issues, as everybody in this room knows, are maybe drug induced. So they go to pick a hospital, and they go in and they say, okay, well, as soon as the drugs are out of their system, they're okay. Well, a lot of the times they're not okay. And the drugs are out of their system. Yes, they can test for that, but there's still other issues going on. And one was recently released from one of our local hospitals and proceeded across the highway when struck on I-35 and killed. So these are some of the things that we deal with. And I wish there was a great answer. I wish the hospitals, or we had some facilities to take them so they can get long-term care. But the fact of the matter is the money and the facilities aren't in the state of Kansas anyway.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we just witnessed the difficulty in having this conversation when a business steps up and talks about their concerns within the community, and that vilification and comments get made that doesn't help with the collaboration. That business has options. They can move. And with them goes additional revenue that we need to use as services in this community, is their dollars and their support in wanting to deal with this issue. We're not always going to agree. I've known Mr. Lally a lifetime, and he and I have had some very spirited discussion, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work he does and for the person he is. And the only way we're going to address difficult situations is to have tough conversation. But if we're going to vilify and demean and label individuals who may have a difference of opinion, then we're going to be here the same time next year having the same discussion and possibly loss of businesses in our downtown more than what we have now. And we can ill afford to let this community dry up and blow away. We cannot allow that to happen. We as a commission have really struggled collectively. The mayor said he's been to DC. We've had your congressional delegation here and asked them about federal funding. And they said they would be willing to help if there was a program that would work. But they have tried programs all over the country. Some have had minor successes. Some of them have had 2 failures. We are struggling to try to find a balance. Revenue versus civil rights versus personal rights, property rights, criminal activity. It's a very difficult situation, but collectively, if we're willing to understand the difficult part of this discussion, we may find a solution. But labeling and vilifying and categorizing people, they, them, those, that doesn't work, folks. That's not what I want to see out of our community. Our community. We're all in this together. I would hope that we can learn to talk to one another and stop the labeling, vilification, and find a solution to address this issue so we don't have a loss of life on either side, from a citizen that lives here or from a homeless person or a transient person that wants to live here. We have to provide a safe, healthy, public environment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane?
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, could you get back up, please? I can't see him. Is he up there?
Commissioner Kane, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I've got two brother-in-laws who work in his building, and they've seen everything that he says they saw. My wife, for 44 years, worked at a 7-Eleven Minnesota Avenue, and saw a lady masturbating in the entryway of her business. My son is a fireman. The other day, he went up to the bus stop 4 times in 4 hours for a drug overdose. This is real. And I've got multiple complaints from businesses. I also got multiple complaints from a lady that is now retired. There's a homeless camp behind her house, and they walked up in her backyard the other day. And I know we need to do something, but this is real. And my son's exposed to it every third day. My wife was exposed to it 5 days a week for one heck of a long time. So there's 8 sides to the situation. Do we need to resolve it? Absolutely. But the people need to realize that this is happening, and they had to walk my wife to her car every day. And you have to think about that. Do you want your wife walking to a car not knowing what's going to happen?
Just to expand on that,
And
Commissioner King, we had a customer who walked in the building. She left her car unlocked, which obviously was not what you want to do. But when she returned to her vehicle, there was a homeless man in her vehicle trying to drive away with the vehicle. It wouldn't start, obviously, but he thought he could start the vehicle even without the fob. So yes, so that's just an example of what you're talking about. So that's just one more thing. So.
I want us to do something. Now's a good time to start getting as many people involved as possible. But it's been dangerous. My family's been exposed to it. You wouldn't want your family exposed to it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Oh, sir, can you come back up here? I forgot your name. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Remind me your name one more time. I'm so sorry.
Aaron Ward.
Mr. Ward. Okay, so I just want to be very, very clear. I am not in any way, shape, or form advocating that your perspective and experiences be completely not acknowledged or addressed, right? And I do believe we have trespassing laws and some other things that would come into play that even prior to this particular ordinance could help. And I do appreciate you being pretty bold and saying, hey, I was the one. Where I am at is I wish we would have had your perspective, our staff's perspective, and the providers, the folks that are doing the work, working with those individuals' perspectives to get something that was well-rounded. And so thank you for being bold. Thank you for contributing to our community and your business for being here, because I'm not blind. I see the issue. I see the problem. I do not agree that this particular solution, what our Supreme Court passed, there's a lot of things I do not agree with our Supreme Court these days. Sure. But that is where my advocacy comes from. So I don't want you to in any way, shape, or form interpret my zeal for the solutions to say, let's disregard. I just felt like that table of conversation was not fully well-rounded with the folks that are doing the work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Just a little more clarity for you, Commissioner Davis, and we'll invite Ms. Tappy up here. It was very well-rounded at this task force. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ward, we had a room full of, I'd say about 20 people, and I tried to always include 3 commissioners there. This has been a 2-year conversation, and I can tell you, we were talking and strategizing and talking and strategizing, and Mr. Ward finally said, what are we doing? I've asked for something, and here's my proposal. Why won't we do this? And then he came back again, where's it at? I've asked, nobody, so that's how this really came forward, to get this conversation started. He had the courage to do that, against a lot of individuals that really, didn't agree with his position. But again, like I started this meeting out, I believe that we can always find something we can agree on, and what we can agree on is what we have now is not working. And we need to do it on behalf of those individuals that are homeless, that are struggling, and that want a better life. And we should, as a community, do everything we can to ensure that at least they have the tools. And for everybody that wants better, we give them an opportunity to be better residents here in Wyandotte County. And I think that's the ultimate goal. Are we gonna save everyone? Probably not. But just one life, if we can save that, that's better than where we were before that life was saved. And so again, I challenge any and everyone to collaborate with Mr. Lally. We also have this other task force dealing with our downtown. That is our city center here in Kansas City, Kansas. And as the mayor, I struggled, just like our businesses did, dealing with some of the issues, and how do, as the mayor of this city, invite individuals when there's open air acts of defecation, urination, prostitution, drug use, and sex, and a lot of other things that really aren't desirable for anybody, not just the mayor, to say, come to my downtown and buy a slice of pizza. And I can tell you, when I was on the police department, and this is when I was on the police department, I had civilian police employees tell me they didn't feel safe going to lunch outside of the police department. That really hit home to me. And I'm not saying that every individual that is homeless is a criminal, is doing, because they're not. But that's something we need to look into. How do we identify? Are we tracking these individuals? Do we know who they are, where they live, where they're going, where they're from, what their needs are? I think there's a lot of conversations and work that can be done to better address these issues on so many fronts. But really, my thing is encouraging people to get out of their silos, come together as a united community, and really solve this problem together. Public-private partnership along with our businesses, and I like that recommendation. Our businesses have to be key to this. We talk about a lot of development agreements. I would like to see some of those development agreements invest in these areas where investments are needed most, and where the investments are needed most are in people, and that is huge. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Ward.
appreciate it.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, please, no question, just a comment. Please know that you were the advocate that came forward. But since that time, there have been other business leaders in the community that have called. Two of them called me today in reference to this ordinance tonight. They were concerned about coming forward. They didn't want their businesses in damage, or they didn't want to have their employees targeted. So I commend you for stepping forward. But there are voices out there echoing the same thing that you have echoed here this evening. And we have to take that into consideration also, along with everything else that's been stated here tonight. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, Mayor, I would, it might be a little early, but I'd like to make a motion to send this back. And Mr. Lally, I would like for you to get PD involved with this task force, not leave them out. And Mr. Ward, I'd like for maybe if you could be a part of that as well, to just that way everybody can come together and figure out a solution, and nobody's, everybody's on the same page. Everyone's on the same page.
Before I entertain that, I've got one last individual. We've got the director of the Housing Authority here, and she is probably our county expert on housing and a lot of these issues. I didn't want to let this opportunity slip away for her to speak on the housing crisis and the shortage, and how that can really make a difference in people's lives. Ms. Tapia.
I want to thank you, Mayor, and the commissioners for allowing me to be here today. I've
Just state
listened
your name,
here-
please.
My name is Andrea Tapia, and I reside here in Wyandotte County. I'm the Executive Director for the Kansas City, Kansas Housing Authority. This has been a conversation that has gone on for a long, long time. It's been a conversation that is going to take some time to fix and address. I served on Region 7 in Missouri on their Continuum of Care Task Force, so I know about the ending homelessness. That's a hard task. It's not easy. We have to come together to fix it, and everyone has to be a part of that. Everyone's voices have to be heard, and that includes the voices of the homeless. That includes the voices of those who are at risk of homelessness. We have to bring everyone to the table to make that change. And it's not going to happen overnight, but we have to start somewhere. I realized when I served on the mayor's task force, or the task force with Mr. Lally and Mrs. Dr. Hill, that if we wait for the money to come, we can't make a change. And we figured that out on the task force. We said, okay, we have to start somewhere. If we start with looking at a budget and trying to figure out how much it's going to cost before we can move forward, we won't be able to move forward. So we said, what is it that we need to do? We need to look at what the problem is, and we need to take it in bite-sized pieces, because we can't eat the whole alligator at one time. We knew that. But we also knew that movement had to happen. I can tell you, and I know you guys have heard me say this, that I will never be a part of a committee that if I came in today, we were discussing one thing, and I showed up 15 years later and we're discussing the same thing. There has to be some movement. The Housing Authority, we recognize there has to be some movement. We're looking at putting additional affordable housing out there in our community. We're looking at ways to do that. We're talking to the community. We're also looking at ways of removing barriers to housing. And I know some of you in this room we work with on removing those barriers. And we said in order to do so, we have to figure out as a community, because there are some funds that HUD gives that doesn't cover those barriers, right? We know that the unified government, they don't have deep pockets as well. So we have to come up with ways as a community to figure out how to bring the funds in so that we can remove those barriers so that people can be housed, not temporarily, permanently. It's all about permanent housing, not temporary. We were lucky. We were lucky. We made the plan, we submitted the plan. Like Commissioner Bynum said, we submitted plans that were not move forward. And we decided, we as a community, different agencies here, Cross Lines, Wyandotte Behavioral Health, Mr. Lally's Hillcrest, we all came together and said, what can we do to remove those barriers to get people housed? And we reached out. Health Forward came forward. They gave us $125,000 to remove barriers for those experiencing homelessness, at risk of homelessness, and we were able to serve over 95 families last year. We're doing it again this year, received $100,000 to remove those barriers. We're working on moving forward, not staying stagnant. We work with the police department. We partner with them to help with homelessness. We call on them when we have people on our properties who are in our stairwells using the bathroom, masturbating, drug use, because the individuals who live on our properties have a right to be safe. But we don't do that in a demeaning manner. Safety. CIT trained. They carry supplies in their cars so that they can provide for those that they come in contact with. Same for KCKPD, same thing. I'm glad to see everyone here giving a voice to something that needs a voice and speaking out in a way that some may not agree with. I always say, don't ask me a question if you don't want the answer. The truth, right? You stand for something or you fall for everything. It's good to be amongst everyone that can say what their truth is, what they're passionate about, so that we as a community can come together and work together and make movement. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank again everyone that spoke earlier. I want to thank all our staff, our commissioners for their input. I know our staff put a lot of work in trying to get the information here quickly tonight. Mr. Ward, thank you for your courage to stand up and really speak to the interests of the business community. And really, I want to give a shout out to the police department because really, and our fire department. I know our fire chief is gone, but just coming from public safety, I know a huge amount of the burden falls on public safety, our police and fire. Fire to have to answer the medical calls that a lot of these individuals in crisis deal with, and our police department trying to be compassionate in how they move and interact with these individuals that are unhoused, that are suffering from a variety of things. Sometimes life just happens. That individual loses their job, and the next thing you know, they're out on the street homeless. Or maybe that individual that just got out of prison. And the police department, they deal with all levels and aspects, and not just old folks. They deal with a lot of young people as well. So I have to commend our public safety professionals because they're not equipped to handle this issue, but we over rely on them. These are societal issues. When you talk about mental illness, addiction, poverty, homelessness, those are things that elected officials need to work with the community on finding real solutions to these problems. Because right now, all we're doing is spinning our wheels addressing symptoms. And that is going absolutely nowhere. We've got to get down to the root causes and see what is causing this and make the appropriate investments that are going to improve the quality of life for people, because this is really about people's lives. So I just want to thank everybody involved in this this conversation debate. I will entertain a motion. I believe Commissioner Lopez had a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. You want to repeat that motion, Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, just wanted to send it back to committee to make sure, it needs to be talked about some more with the task force, Mr. Lawley. I'd like to get Aaron Ward involved with that too, and kind of hammer some stuff out. That way everybody's on the same page and come up with some really good solutions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I think part of that too, if you'd like to add to that motion, I don't want to make the motion for you, but it was brought about. I know a lot of these groups, there's one piece missing in this conversation. And if any of the organizations or individuals, we need individuals from that population at these meetings that are actually on the ground struggling and dealing and trying to cope with being homeless, and what that looks like for them, and their input would be vital to this conversation as we move forward. So Commissioner, if you'd like to add that, that's your purview.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that'll work. And it, again, you know, I believe in tough love. I really do. And I don't want to enable, it just seems like that we're enabling, but we need to come up with a better solution than just keep enabling. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There was a second. Before I do that, Commissioner Stikes.
Stites District 7. So what is the goal of sending it back? I just want to be clear of what we're trying to accomplish, because we're going to be asking folks to do what?
Just to more clarification, it just seems like the ball was kind of dropped from task force to PD. And that way everybody's on the same page. It's what, I believe it's been over a year or so that task force got PD involved. So that's kind of the end game here.
Okay. What's the time frame on this? Because I want to be fair to everybody that has also spoke about the other issues, right? This can't just be something that just goes on with no resolution. So I want the folks that are going to be engaged in the sending of it back, if that's the way that it goes, to have clear guidance on what it is that they are to come back or try to accomplish. Thank you.
Obviously, that'd go back to Commissioner Burrows' standing committee. Commissioner Burrows, you want to weigh in your thoughts?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate Commissioner Stites bringing this issue forward. I want to ensure as chairman that I can guide the committee correctly to find a resolution that we can advance to the public, that will have voices heard. I think we've listened this evening intently. This was a product of things that have been discussed over the years. This may not be the perfect scenario, but it is more than just a starting point. That we must be able to deal with all the issues. This does not, there's a perception here that we're out to cause harm, and we are not. We are out here to address public safety, concerns of the public has raised about the homeless services that are being provided, the funding levels. My concern is if it goes back to committee without clear guidance, we will be having somebody will be having the same discussion a year from now. I might suggest that we even put a sunset on this bill, that we try it, see what happens. If it doesn't work, we can identify the resources, but doing nothing is not an option. As the chairman of the committee, I'm willing to listen to my fellow commissioners as to what we need to do, but we set the policy. I'm willing to, I have task force members, Mr. Ward, but I've sat in on some of those meetings already. And this is a product that has come forward addressing a multitude of concerns, not just the concerns that were brought forward by most of you here this evening. These are concerns by the silent voices that are out there too. And this is actually a safety issue, as the mayor stated, that those that are struggling with homelessness, we want to ensure that the services we are providing are the services necessary. We know we have a mental health facility shortage. We lost Rainbow, which dealt issues in the past. But I know that we have a transient community and a homeless community, as well as those that are in danger of losing their homes because of the high property taxes. And what about the widow or widower who just lost a spouse and is on income that is gone from 2 incomes now to 1? That was barely making it with those. Everyone up here is concerned about that. We talk about affordable housing, and it was mentioned, what is affordable today? What is your idea of affordable housing? Subsidized housing. HUD has stated they want to work on that. I know there's vouchers available, but landlords don't want to rent to individuals. I remember when we went through the COVID crisis, and if you were evicted because you didn't pay your rent, That was a check mark against you. I was in the legislature at the time and put forward a bill that would say you can't use that against a person that was evicted because of COVID. That's not fair and equitable to that individual. So you have very like-minded commissioners up here that think along the same paths as you. Our paths may be a little bit different. But I'm willing to do whatever the commission wants done, but I'm afraid if it goes back to committee for a lot of input, we meet for, I think we have, 2 more meetings left, Mayor, before the transition? So we have 2 more meetings. If we don't get something done within the next 2 meetings, you're gonna start all over. And I don't know that you can afford to do that. We have businesses that are at risk. We have civilians that are at risk, both homeless and residents. We can't continue to operate that way. And I commend our Public Works Department, our Police Department, our Fire Department, our Health Department, all of those that have come forward to share with us this evening their stories. But what you haven't seen is the amount of hours they put in to do some of the stuff to remedy some of the actions that are taken by people that want to come in and take advantage of our community. And that's the difficult part. So I know we have a motion, but I want a clear direction as to what this motion is going to direct me as chairman of the committee to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just quickly, and before we go with the motion, we're going to have to suspend the rules to go past 12 o'clock. Well, just, yes. Go ahead.
Mayor, I make a motion we exceed the midnight rule. You have the exact verbiage for the exceeding the midnight rule.
Temporarily suspend Rule 517, so you can go past.
Thank you. I would make a motion to temporarily exceed ordinance 517.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
No.
Hill's gone. Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-1. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I want to piggyback real quick, and then I know some commissioners have some more questions, including Commissioner Lopez and Burrows on this issue. And I'm not going to be mayor here real short, but most of you that have known me and followed me for 4 years, I've talked strongly about creating an environment to where Wyandotte County is a home base for homeless and a portal for poverty. And how that happens, we've got 4,500 land bank properties, and that was not by accident. We are literally taxing and feeing people into poverty or out of our county, including businesses. That practice has to stop. If we care about people being homeless, you got to care about things and policies that are going to put people on the streets. And I've seen it, and I've talked to too many people, and I've talked to them. You've heard me say it year after year. I've talked to people with tears in their eyes saying, if you keep doing this to me, especially our elderly, and that breaks my heart to hear elderly people. Chester Owens, the great Chester Owens, is one of those people. And said, if you do this to me, I will have to move because I can't afford to live here anymore. We got to think about that aspect too. There's got to be a balance somewhere, and I don't know what the answer is, but I really challenge future elected officials and staff here at the unified government to find a way, because the decisions that are being made here are having a profound impact on the quality of life of our residents. And some of our residents, just like they packed the room tonight, talking about those that are already homeless. I've listened for 4 years of those that said, I'm going to be homeless if you do this to me. Please, please, for those that are going to be here, think about those people, and then think about what you heard tonight about the people that are actually struggling with homelessness. I don't want to see another person out on the streets anywhere, not just in Wyandotte County, but anywhere in this country, because we're doing things as elected officials that are hurting and not helping people. And that's just my message. So, thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
I want to reiterate here, but I do, an ordinance needs to be in play. It does, 100%. And I'm going to tell you, but I just want to share this with you. Monday morning, there's a transit, homeless, whatever, stole from me. It cost me $70,000 Monday morning. Does anybody here want to reimburse me the $70,000? I doubt it. But at the end of the day, an ordinance has to be in play, but it needs to be right. It needs to be put together. I mean, any of you ever had 70,000 stolen from you? It hurts. It hurts hard. It hurts. So that's where I'm coming from with this, but this is an ordinance that needs to be in play, but it just needs to be right, 100%. And no balls dropped anywhere. Everybody come together and we figure this out. We need to figure this out fast. So, thank you.
Thank you. I believe there was a motion. Before I do that, Commissioner Stites and Commissioner Burrows, they also have a task force dealing with trying to streamline processes on our policies. One of those policies, believe it or not, Mr. House spoke briefly about it. And this commission, please consider, if we can get that to you all as a task force, relaxing a policy that really bans having tiny houses anywhere in our community. We really need to take a look at that on that square footage. So housing that can accommodate what we're talking about for people when you talk about affordable housing. I don't know what that looks like when you talk about affordable housing, because it depends on your income, what's affordable to you. But I think that's something, and I ask that you all look at that policy. I believe Mr. House and Ms. Myers could probably help with. I know Mr. House could help with that because we had that conversation. So there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Burns?
No.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Kane?
No.
Lopez?
Aye.
Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
No.
The vote is 4-4. The motion fails.
Died, okay, so let's hear another motion. What? No. Hey.
Okay. Commissioner Kane?
Mayor, I think this should go back to your task force
Yes.
with multiple other folks that have been involved and the community, not to the standing committee. It should go back to the task force bring it back to the standing committee with a recommendation.
That's exactly what I was going to do. So thank you. Me and you were thinking just alike. So I was going to make the motion to no on this ordinance, and with the caveat that our task force will go back and do more work and work with the standing committee to hopefully get them something that can be more amicable, working with all the groups and the organizations and the folks that we talked about. So my motion is to deny this ordinance recommendation from standing committee. That's my motion. Is there a second? My motion is just really to say no. No to approving this ordinance, 8.2, ordinance violation of unlawful camping. I make a motion to deny.
Bynum second.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for some clarification, I think you said something about sending it to the task force. Are you going to make a motion after that to do that, or are you going to combine them?
That's something I'll do on my own.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm just making a motion to deny this ordinance as it's been presented. There's a motion and I believe there's a second.
Correct.
Okay. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
No.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites. Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-1. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Lopez,
Is it okay to make a motion now to send it back to task force?
that's not a motion. That's just an action I'll take on myself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. All right, thank you so much for your time on this topic. Staff would like a quick break. Before we take a break, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So I want to make sure, I mean, if this thing is going to be sent back, because that's the way that I was understanding that we would go about this, what is the time frame that we expect to get something back?
I'm gonna give Mr. Lally and Dr. Hill a timeline of 30 days.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna take about a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Yeah, it's only
Came out of the other group.
We're going to get started in about 1 minute. 1 minute, if everybody could just please get your seats. Okay, we are back. Clerk, we are going to, just in the interest of the time, of everybody's time, we had a really robust debate over 8.2, the ordinance on the unlawful camping. It has taken us over the midnight hour, so I've agreed to cut down on some of the items, and we will circle back on those at our next meeting or our next subsequent meetings. Clerk, you want to talk about the adjustments to the agenda?
So with the mayor's authorization, we will be asking for a motion to set over item 8.1, the ordinance regarding transient guest tax, to November 6th. We will hear the item 9.1, the ordinance regarding the Star Bonds Village East. We will also hear the land bank items, and then as it comes to Board of Health, we will be action over to November.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
It's just for
To hold it over to those
item
dates.
8.1.
To clarify, item 8.1,
Clerk, you want to repeat those real quick?
Yes.
because it's just, we have to go into,
We have to
Yeah.
go to.
we have to go into Board of Health before we can
Yes.
set that one
So
over.
this would be for item 8.1, the ordinance. If I can get to it. Amending levy of transient guest tax.
Okay.
Mayor, your motion was to set it over?
As well as 12.1, clerk, I believe?
No, we can't do that one yet.
Okay, okay.
Set aside item 8.1, the ordinance amending the levy on transient guest tax.
Item second.
Okay, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Kane?
Aye.
Lopez?
Aye.
Stites? Davis?
This is to the 6th, correct? For the motion, it was to November 6th meeting, just to get some
Yes.
clarity.
Yes.
Okay, aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
The vote is 8-0. The motion carries.
Okay. We'll do the same, set over.
Nope. Go ahead and do 9.1.
All right, we'll go to, takes us to item 9.1 on the administrative agenda. And it's the only item, and it is approval, recommendation of an ordinance authorizing the sale of tax special obligation revenue bonds in the amount not to exceed 30 million to finance certain costs relating to the Village East Project, Area 2B, 3, and 5. I'll turn it over to our county administrator.
We're going to pass this on to our Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Knieven. Shelley?
Thank you. Shelley Knieven, Chief Financial Officer. I'll be brief. This is to authorize the sale of bonds up to 30 million. Back in 2021, the Mayor Commission approved an agreement which allowed for these STAR bonds to be issued. The first group of those bonds were issued of 116 million. This authorizes up to another 30 million. Although the actual sizing will be based on the revenue study and will be likely less. But in terms of what it's for, it's to reimburse the developer for the investments already made and verified. I know there's been a couple questions about have they been verified for their investments, and they have been. We hire Baker Tilly, our financial advisor, which independently does that and has done that. So they had a requirement to be a little over 300 million. They're actually at about 400 million of investments. And so we're recommending approval to issue the bonds. The developers are here as well as our legal counsel if you have any detailed questions.
I did have one question. There was a comment that an individual made at the open mic about pushing back the investment east of, in our community. Is that part of this or not?
What was the pushing back the what?
The community investment east of 635.
Oh, you actually already approved that on the consent agenda. That was part of the development agreement amendment.
Okay.
This is just to authorize issuance of bonds that have been previously approved.
Okay. We're going to take about a 2-minute recess.
Are we doing anything?
Mayor, you ready?
And I was like, it's not that many of them on the police.
Are we ready? We are back on the record.
Okay. Uh, Clerk, can you read that item that, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to back up just a second on the consent agenda? That item that I had in question.
This is item 6.7, the resolution for the Fifth Amendment to the Assignment Assumption and Second Amended Development Agreement for the Homefield Project.
Can you read the specific, Clerk?
This is a resolution to adopt the Fifth Amendment to Assignment Assumption and Second Amended and Restated Development Agreement for the Homefield Project. It modifies conditions in the development agreement to allow for a gas station convenience store. On September 29th, the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee, chaired by Commissioner Veros, voted unanimously to approve and fast track this item to the Board of Commissioners meeting. Yes.
I want to back up a second. If Mr. LaSala can come forward. I did have a question about 6.7, specifically the investment that was supposed to be made in the amount of $4 million, I believe, in the eastern portion of our city.
That's right.
And what that was about and why that commitment can't be made.
The commitment is still there, Mayor. What the amendment would do, what the amendment does is it extends the deadline for making that investment. It's $4.35 million. And the provision previously said that that investment was to be made within 180 days of the bond issue that's coming. And the amendment now pushes that 24 months after the bond issue. So it's an extension of essentially 18 months. And the reason for it, the developers here would be happy to speak to it, I'm sure, but that period of time is just too short to make the investment that they're trying to make in those areas.
Can the developer come forward, speak to it?
Good morning. Richard Napper on behalf of Homefield 9250 State Avenue, Homefield Showcase Center.
The question is the investment that Mr. Napper, I'm sorry, Mr. Napper, what is the holdup on the investment east of 635? Why does that need to be pushed out 18 months?
Sure, sir. And I'd like to keep in mind that the investment, the $4,350,000, is collateralized by star bond funds that are placed in escrow. So it's not a question of where is the money. When we looked at this, and the 6-month timeframe was approved a few months ago, and we came to you all. And 6 months when we got into it, and your economic development director is not here this evening, but we've been working closely with Chelsea, other developers, other brokers, trying to find that private investment in the correct part of town. It's right now, it's difficult to find anywhere to invest that level of money. And to have 6 months to find the proper investment, negotiate a deal with the party, and then come forward, because it has to be approved by this Board of County Commissioners. It seems 6 months was a very fast amount of time, particularly given where we are at present with an election coming and then the holiday seasons, dead of winter. 6 months seemed very fast. And so given that the money is in escrow, and again, I would remind everyone, everything Homefield has been asked to do and required to do under the development agreement, they have done. They've invested more money than was ever envisioned. They've built world-class facilities, and they're collateralizing the 4.3 million in escrow, and they're asking for an additional 18 months. Again, the money is in escrow. They're asking for an additional 18 months to make that investment. If the right investment comes to us in 30 days, 60 days, pick a number, 3 months, we're prepared to make the investment. We're just concerned about having to make the investment within that 6-month time frame, sir.
Does it have to be a private investor? Who, when you say investor, who are you looking for? Who are you looking to partner with?
Well, this is an investment. Again, according to the development agreement, I would look to council for the exact wording, but it is an investment. And so trying to find whatever that investment is, a business, a property, a to-be-built property, again, trying to identify exactly what it is in that geographic area to do that in 6 months, again, seems very, very tight time frame. But again, I said, if it comes to us and there's one that we're able to find, we're prepared to make it. It's just trying to have some more time to make the investment.
I can name several off the top of my head, and I'm not going to do that here. I mean, there are numerous investments that need to be made east of 635, especially in the areas that are disinvested and disenfranchised. Some in the Northeast have been redlined historically for years. I mean, there is a plethora of investment opportunities east of 635. If you're serious about making those investments.
Well, sir, I mean, in complete candor, I mean, they are having the entire investment, 4,350,000 held back from the bond proceeds. I mean, so the only way that money gets released is if they've made an investment. So this isn't, maybe going to make one. We're obligated under the development agreement, and they're securing that obligation with money in escrow. So right now, the development agreement provides 6 months from bond closing. Homefield is asking for an additional 18 months.
But if you had an investment tomorrow, you would make it.
Yes, sir. An investment, again, that it's not my 4,350,000. It's Homefield's, but one that Homefield was good with and that was approved by this Board of County Commissioners.
So what would Homefield feel good with?
Sir, I can't hypothetically speak to what would work and what would not work for them, but that's why we've been looking for investments to make and would then bring them, I presume, through staff. And then from staff, I'm not sure if it has to go to ED&F and then to this commission. I don't know the procedure, but we would have to identify, we would have to work with whoever the recipient, the other party is, and then bring it through the process through this UG up to you all and have it unanimously approved by you all. And it seems 6 months was a very short amount of time to get that accomplished. And when we came to you for the 6-month time frame 3 or 4 months ago, there were people on this committee and others that said, is that enough time? And we said it was, and getting into it, it's not enough time, and we're asking for additional time. But again, as I just said, Homefield has delivered on everything they're supposed to deliver on, and they're simply asking for more time to make this investment.
Okay, that answered my question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll go back to 9.1, and I believe that, thank you, Ms. Canoota. Were you done?
Yeah, unless there's other questions.
Okay. Commissioner Kane? Okay, I think he lowered
Can
his
you bring Napper back up, please?
Richard Napper, I'm here.
How many projects have you worked with us on?
Sir, since 2013, everything that's out there east of 435, it was virgin land when I started. So I would guess there are 30 buildings, maybe $800 million in development that, as you know, has created a lot of property tax, a lot of sales tax, and a lot of employment, but 30 or 40 buildings, $800 million? And so
I wanted
that's
you
a
to-
guess off the cuff.
I wanted you to emphasize that. How much money you guys have invested in us, and you're asking for a little bit of time. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
And if, since Homefield has acquired this asset, there's been over $430 million in development. Homefield, by way of its partners, owners, and lenders, has invested over $187 million cash. The project in total has private investment in excess of $305 million. And this is since Homefield's ownership at the end of 2020 when they bought it in the pandemic.
Thank you.
Mr. Napper. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Commissioner Davis.
So sorry, Mr. Napper, if you can just come up. Very quickly, if I remember, gosh, this is probably years ago before any of this really took place, for the first agreement, there was conversation, I don't know if it was kind of included in the development agreement, that the investment would be youth sports related. And I could be getting that wrong. It could have just been in conversation. But can you provide a little bit of clarity on, I guess, what is an ideal scenario by which we can operationalize this?
The $4,350,000 investment?
Yes.
I don't recall it ever being
you
sports oriented. I'm looking at.
Okay.
So I think Homefield is open to an array of assets or investment types. I mean, they're not locked on any single asset class or type.
Gotcha.
It's just what is, and again, it is an investment. And again, the development agreement is very clear. It's not a donation, it's an investment. And they certainly realize this is not something we're expecting to get a 30 IRR on.
Sure.
That's not the intent of the agreement. It doesn't say we can't, but that's not the intent. So, Commissioner, they're trying to find whatever that asset class is, whatever that investment is. They're not closing off any type of asset class or investment. It's just trying to find the one that will work for Homefield, that will work for this governing body.
Gotcha. So there would have to be some sort of return or some sort of profit for this to work out.
At least projected. As you would go into any investment, you would look at it and think it is a return of and return on investment, but there is a community good with it. So, but again, as far as an exact asset class, they're not pigeonholing it to any certain one or type.
Gotcha. Okay. And I just want to get that on record because I think there's been some confusion that it is a donation or that someone's like, well, you all can build the shelter and stuff like that. And that wouldn't necessarily be what we're talking about, which is more of kind of a market-driven activity that would be business related. And it could be multiple investments that just meet that $4.35 million, correct?
Yes, it could. It could be multiple. And again, walking down that path, if it would be multiple, again, accomplishing multiple within 6 months, if we're negotiating with, and I'm making things, 3 parties.
Sure.
And then bringing 3 separate investments in front of this governing body, again, that's 3 times the work and not 3 times the time, but it's 3 times the work. It's just a lot to accomplish in 6 months.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think it would be incumbent on you all to work with us, and obviously y'all are familiar with Wyandotte and our chamber to find who those partners are and what that looks like, just so that we can at the very least have something. Ideally, I would like to see at the very least some of that money drawn down starting next year, so that it may not be $4 million worth of it, but it would be good to see $1 million right next year, that you all could find those investments. And so, not saying we need to go back, I'm fine with the vote, but I do think there is an urgency, and I do agree with the mayor on wanting to see something happen.
I understand. And again, this is a personal comment, not a Homefield comment.
Sure.
Because I'm the one trying to find the investment and coming back to you all. I would like to have this accomplished sooner rather than later as well. just to be honest with you. I'd like to find it soon, but again, I have to find it that works for them, that works for you, that works for the party we're investing with. But I'd like to get this accomplished as soon as possible.
Gotcha, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I just might remind you that District 2 is east of 635 also. And believe me, I will have a say in what gets developed in there. And I know we can work with the other districts within the 635 area. I can assure you that will happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree. When I say east of 635, that's the northeast, that's downtown, that's Russian, Strawberry Hills, Armourdale, Rosedale, and Argentine, and the West Bottoms. When I talk about east of 635, and I believe this body approved where I was going with it, there is actually a redevelopment committee that this board approved that's chaired by retired Assistant County Administrator Gordon Criswell, as well as Mindy Rocha is the vice chair, and they're tasked on that that committee to work with developers to look at economic development and revitalization of everything east of 635. So.
Right there.
Richard Napper again, I would love to have the opportunity to meet with them. If you would, if I could get their information, or feel free to give them mine. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Hold on just a minute, Mr. Napper. Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Mr. Napper, the only way that 4.3 million would be available to those with the second tranche of the 33 million is being proposed this evening, right?
Correct, just being held back from that money. But right now, and I'm going to look at Todd and Kurt, right now, it is held back from the next issuance for 6 months, and it's being proposed to be held back for 24 months from the next issuance, which, Shelley, the latest underwriting has that issuance at 16. So it's not 30, it's not 33. And again, please bear in mind, the action in front of you for this ordinance for the bond documents, we're still well under the approved threshold of the bonds in the development agreement.
I'm aware.
And we, again, when we issued in 2022, we were at 116. So we're barely getting back up to 130, which was the programmed amount in 2022. Irrespective of all that, the 4,350,000 will be held back from whether the net bonds are 14, 16, 18, or 12, they're held back in escrow.
Let's just be really clear. It's not Star Bond money that they're making the investment with. That is not what's happening. It's private money that they'll make the investment. Richard just keeps talking about how we've secured the obligation, how we know for certain it's going to happen. We're going to impound some of the Star Bond money in this escrow, hold it back until they've made that investment with private money. I want to be very clear that we're not spending Star Bond money to make these investments.
Good point.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that was part of the question that was floating around in reference to other rumors that we hear and other questions, that it's great to have a public discourse about it, like the lavish trips we've been on and the amount of money we've taken on envelopes and all the things that certain commissioners have done. I think it's only appropriate that we air things publicly, that those things haven't occurred. I believe in the meeting the other night, we took the contract and went nearly phase by phase through it and asking questions. And the purpose of doing that is to make a public record. And just because there was an issue dealing with I think one of the development partners that you had, there was many questions about that. And there was that was the no vote that was generated because there was concern about that. But then there was a reconsideration not to kill the project because the project's already been approved. The other the other entities to be built need the additional funding to move forward to finish the project. So the approval's already been there by the state. You've got other projects that are ready to go. You're under the threshold. The 50-50 commitment that the state has put on you is still being met. And I believe that those issues need to be first and foremost, so the public understands that there's no backdoor deals being done here. This has all been done in the light of day. And while every agreement has some concerns, the 4.3 was one of them, and one of the development pieces was another. But other than that, the project has moved forward. You have delivered on quality products that are out there. And for the community east of 635 to think that they're not getting anything, I think you just heard the $4.3 million is coming that way that will help with projects east of 635. But if we didn't have the generated sales tax that comes from people coming into our community and the investment in our community that the brick and mortar bring to our budget, we would be in worse financial situation than what we are here today. So as chairman of the Economic Development Committee, I understand how difficult it is and how troublesome it is for the committee. Mr. LaSalla, you've been very good and patient with me when I ask questions. It's my job as chairman to ensure that the committee understands what's before us and to best communicate to the public, whether they like what happens or not. It's part of the process. So, but I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 7-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us, we are now going to, that concludes the portion of our regular meeting. And I'm gonna ask this commission to adjourn us in that capacity, to include re-adjourning us as the Board of Commissioners of the Land Bank Board of Trustees. Is there a motion?
David, so moved.
The motion second?
Second.
Motion and a second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Okay. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any items on the land bank consent agenda?
Davis, move to approve.
I will accept that motion. Is there a second?
Bynum second.
There's a motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. We have no further business tonight. Appreciate it.
Gotta do the late 12.1.
I guess we do have business to do.
Board of Health,
Okay. Which one?
12.1.
Oh. I apologize. 12.
Yeah, you gotta.
All right, we're gonna adjourn in the capacity of Land Bank Board of Trustees, with approval of this body, and I ask that this commission re-adjourn us as the Board of Health.
Davidson,
So moved.
second.
Okay. Clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we set aside the quarterly update on the Board of Health for this evening.
Okay, I accept that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Clerk, could you capture the second? Okay,
Working on it. Got it.
all right. There's a motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
All right, thank you all. I appreciate your time. We have no further business tonight. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Davidson, move.
Second.
Clerk roll call.
Roll call. Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a great morning.